can go around lying to the markets, right? Like, I'm interested in trades. Anyways, let's go ahead, right? The video is finished, right? So I'm gonna go and start analyzing slightly different informations over here, right? So first we're gonna go looking into let's see, into the countries in Africa with the highest with the highest debt, right? Kenya is amongst one of them, right? People love to say, "Oh, Kenya's gonna lose all its money because the Kenyan economy is collapsing." Let's go ahead and look. This is business side of Africa, right? So that's the place where we're going at, right? The debt, there's something called debt to GDP ratio, right? GDP is your gross domestic product, how much money your country apparently generates every year, right? So the debt to GDP ratio compares a nation's total debt to its economic production as measured by its GDP, and is a straightforward yet effective metric. Yeah, I don't need to tell you that much, right? A low debt to GDP ratio is generally, right, over there, a sign of economic stability. Okay, not necessarily. That's not true. Yeah, people love to say this shit, but it's not true. America has a high debt to ratio, even if you compare it to their GDP. No, that's I disagree with this point. It is an indicator of something. Let me say that much, right? It indicates something, but it's not indicating whatever it is that we think it is. Let me go just down. Yeah, this analysis is low IQ. So the list also highlights the figures dating back to December 2022. So it's quite recent, guys. 2022 is only last year. And if it's December, then, it's not even that far away. Technically, it's only like 9 months or 10 months. I don't know, right? See, country, Eritrea, right? The worst country with the debt ratio is 164%. That means, right, this country has an extra 64% or so higher than the actual GDP. Eritrea, right? That's the highest debt country based on how much they produce a year. Cape Verde, 127%. So again, another country that's extremely highly in debt. Mozambique, the number is there, right? Congo, right? Sierra Leone, Ghana, right? Look at, these are the countries that have extremely high debt to GDP ratio, right? Egypt is there, Gambia, Senegal, Morocco, etc., right? In fact, you don't even see Kenya here in this list. And people love it, right? People love to say that Kenya is highly in debt, but it's not even in the top 10 of this list. So what does that go to show is that people are jealous of how Kenya is doing, and they want Kenya to collapse just like these other dusty African countries, right? Ghana is a country that broke itself, right? Yeah, let me see the top 20, because I think this one will show Kenya in there. Yeah, look at that. Kenya's there, number 18 with 69.7%, right next to South Africa. So these countries here, right, the rest of them, these have extremely high debt to GDP. Kenya's one is not even that high. It's only number 19 or number 18 so far, right? Over there. What matters in reality is how much can this country pay back the debts or not, right? So that's I wanted to show that situation. So if Kenya starts printing money right now to fix its economic issues and start paying debt and the interest rates on their debts, because these debts have interest rates attached to them. Poorer countries, aka third world nations, have to pay a much more significantly higher interest rates on their debts because they're not trusted to actually comply across time. So that's one of the other issues, right? Shout out to you, Andre. That's the African countries don't kill me. One man says, "Is Kenyan a country or just an outpost where Nigerians go to harvest girls?" Hey, I think it's a bit of both. It's a bit of both, man. It's a bit of both. I think it's a country / outpost where Nigerians go to do bad things, right? So I definitely do see the point there, right? Cool. So why am I making this stream, right? Is about remittances, right? So let's go ahead to the next part of my presentation. So if you look at how African countries usually make money, dollars, right? And why are we saying dollars? Because the international trade is actually, placed on the dollar, right? The dollars are very, very important over here. So let me go ahead and share my screen again. So this is the Central Bank of Kenya. So we can trust the data. Otherwise, we don't trust any data, right? We have to choose somewhere to trust some kind of data. So the latest data from the Central Bank of Kenya, right, show that diaspora remittance is the money sent back home from those abroad, right, increased to 48 billion shillings in March 2023, right? This is represented by 50% growth from 41 billion shillings reported in the previous month. The cumulative inflow of 12 months totaled to $4,000 million. So what I'm trying to say here, guys, is this, right? The Kenyan government, right, the Central Bank of Kenya, right, received a total of $4 billion in the last 12 months, from March till March, right? $4 billion. So what we can assume there is, right, Kenya is going to be averaging around $4 billion, right, every year from diasporans abroad. Now, what the government can do, they can't just simply print more money, because that won't work. That will actually make Kenyan economy become like Ugandan shillings, right? 100 shillings is 2,500 Ugandan shillings, right? Tanzania is probably even worse, right? We don't want that to happen. However, what we can do is this, right? This $4 billion dollars that comes in from diasporans. We're talking about Kenyans abroad. We're talking about people like me, right? Your super chat money comes, into the Kenyan central bank, who then give me shillings. So the super chat money actually helps the Kenyan economy, right? So, Ike says, where's the Somali women at? Shout out to you, brother, and thank you very much for the support. Hey, this is too high IQ for them, man. They'll rather talk about faces and people's features, right? So we'll do one of those other shows another time. But for those who want to learn, I guess we're here to schools. Shout out to appreciate the support. Thank you very much, Ike, for sponsoring the show together with Flexed Up with his dusty $5. Appreciate it, Brad. Appreciate it. So the cumulative, so $4 billion, right? So what that means is this, right? Kenyan government can print $4 billion worth of this money, right? Now, I'm assuming a few things here. It depends what that money is doing. Is it buying construction materials, the materials from abroad? No. Let me just remove all that nonsense, right? Let's assume $4 billion goes into the Central Bank of Kenya. The Kenyan government can then now print $4 billion worth of shillings. Then they can take that $4 billion of actual dollars, invest in a business or company, then that they can now use that business or company to, of course, create production, right? So it's simple, right? You're getting a debt in dollars from your diasporans, and then you pay that debt back because you built a business that has an income flow attached to it, right? That's part of the modern monetary theory. You print something, you print, let's say in Kenyan shillings, right? You print 541 billion Kenyan shillings. You take that billion shillings and you give it to the families of the people who those diasporan money went to. Then you take that actual real dollars that came into your central bank and use those real actual dollars to go and invest in a business that will generate a surplus in the system. And then you export that product, right? Whether it's a digital product or physical product, and you make back the money as well as interest. And now you also have the longevity of having a business that is going to live, survive, and stay in this market, right? That's part of the modern monetary theory. This can be done if the people in charge understand how money works. That's it. Okay, so one man says they have women in Somalia. Lazy youth. One man, so nice one, good for fun, but don't marry them. Okay, shout out to you. Yeah, so I don't know if anyone's really understanding this, but I'll open up the panel. We don't have many people, obviously, because this is a little bit too high IQ for the average African. And one man must definitely go and apologize to me. He's always defending Africans, right? But Africans don't want to learn high IQ shit about how money really works. They'll rather talk about how Dwight Man is out there controlling everything. Dwight Man doesn't want them to succeed. But when you tell them how they can succeed despite Dwight Man, right? They don't want to listen. They don't want to know. They don't understand how money really works. All they want to do is say, Dwight Man runs the economy. Dwight Man controls everything. Dwight Man, that's what the Pan-African wants, right? The white Pan-African wants to cry about Dwight Man, but the Pan-African doesn't want to understand how money really works, right? That's it, guys. It is possible to print money. But you have to print the money knowing what your assets are, your liabilities are, as well as the leverages that you have in your economy. If you don't have these things participating, and you don't know the extent, or rather the boundary limits, right, the breakdown, then you're going to be out there, unfortunately, ending up like Zimbabwe, where they printed many, many dollars. And I mean, not dollars, sorry. Well, yeah, it was Zimbabwean dollars, right? Printed many, many Zimbabwean dollars, and the money became worthless, right? To buy a loaf of bread, you needed to go and take your whole wheelbarrow into the shops, to the point where vendors stopped taking Zimbabwean currency because it was ineffective. Prices were changing by thousands, hundreds of thousands in real time of coffee, tea, and other commodities, right? So, yes, the brother in the video was correct. If we just simply print money, that's what's going to happen. But there is a way that you can actually leverage, right, the economic portfolio by understanding modern monetary theory. You print the equivalent amount of money that's coming in from the Kenyan diasporans, right? That aka $4 billion in the Kenyan shillings, aka 541 billion Kenyan shillings. You give it to their families or whatever projects that they've allocated it to. And then you take that equivalent euro dollars, right? The actual dollars, you go and invest in a business that you're assured will generate income within the next 5 or so years. Then that generated income will pay back the debt that you took from yourself, and then also generate a surplus in terms of profitability as well as longevity, because now you have a business, right, that can function across time. So the issue is, right, unfortunately, these African people, they don't understand time, they don't understand complexities and space. But anyways, we've got two panelists out here. We got Ike and Dr. Mad. What's good, Ike? Go ahead. I don't know if you're interested in speaking and giving your opinion, and also shout out to the
I'm
Mad super
gonna
chat
go
and paying
second
for.
if I go at all.
Okay. Okay, cool. And shout out for you for sponsoring my tricking of Somalian women. What's good, Dr. Mad?
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you well.
Cool. So I actually have a question regarding the point that you had. I think it was the initial point that you had made. You had said you were basically saying that you were comparing the yen versus, I think it's called the Kenyan shilling. I think that's what you said. And you were comparing that in spite of the fact that they are the same, relatively, the same in value, that historically they are, I mean, historically and also sort of mechanically being um like the basis um of how they're being represented is fundamentally different. Like the context behind both of them is being uh is being set up differently. So and this makes sense given uh I think what's important to note is that economics is not a hard science. It's not a hard discipline like mathematics or physics. Economics fundamentally is within the branch of like soft disciplines like language and things of that nature. So your point ultimately makes sense. So my question is, so you talked a lot about the sort of objective, just sort of the facts regarding what Kenya needs to do, or what African economies need to do in general, uh, in regards to you know how to deal with their currencies. But my question is, what? All right. But my question is, how does the sort of subjective element regarding the people in Kenya, and just the subjective element within economics, interplay with all of the sort of the objective facts that you're talking about? How do they connect? How do they come together? Right? Because the plan that you laid out seems quite simple, but again, you know, there's, we have to talk about sort of the subjective element regarding the willingness of certain parties to cooperate with this particular plan. So that's my question.
Okay, so yeah, you said a few things in there.
Hold
I
on
mean,
one
go ahead, Ike.
second. Yeah, you dusty. Okay, so first of all, that's why modern monetary theory is a theory, and it is similar to Austrian economics. Anyone who knows any of this stuff may be like, "How dare you say modern monetary theory similar to Austrian economics is similar in the sense that they're very rational. Austrian economics is the kind of economics that just starts with certain premises, like these principles are known to be true regarding human behavior, human economic behavior, and then you just roll the theory forward, right? It doesn't like to mess around with random BS and even empirical data, right? Because it's like, no, it doesn't follow from my premises and my axioms. Same thing with modern monetary theory, it's also rather axiomatic based on the model which it builds, some kind of thermodynamic model. Then you can say, hey, you know what? If I capture 5 molecules of hydrogen gas and I shoot it through this nozzle, but it's like, dude, you're never going to capture 5 molecules of hydrogen gas and shoot it through a particular nozzle at any particular time that you think it's going to go through, right? That's highlighting part of what Matt is saying, right? That look, the action of the economy is actually like the action of those individual molecules. And your thermodynamic theory of a black boxing the whole thing and then measuring inputs and outputs and coming up with some kind of a rationale for how it behaves is good. However, when it comes to, well, what can I do? What can I actually know which molecule entered and which molecule is going to go out? Can I know how much is going to be produced and then preempted by printing that much, for example, given an example, right? That's when the issue comes in beyond some of the things that Matt is saying regarding maybe we can add some parameters, some subjective parameters, parameters about willingness, parameters about this, parameters about that. Ultimately, no matter how many parameters you add, you're still going to be stuck with the fact that the economy is like freaking gas, right? It's a fundamental problem that way. So I just wanted to kind of contextualize what Matt is asking in that sense, and then you can say whatever you want, guys.
Yeah. So okay, we're gonna go in. I'll go deeper into, and then we'll let Andre make his feeler arguments there, right? His NF arguments. But anyways, so let me respond to a feeling I got, right? Because you said a lot of stuff, and we'll respond to all of it. Earlier, right? The Japanese yen is 100. Let's say 150, it's 149 or something, right? 149 yen is $1. Kenyan shilling is 147 shillings to $1. It's the same. However, the difference in strength between these currencies is not simply demarcated by the exchange rate. It's also the economies and leverage and trade. For example, the yen is also not just a simple currency, but it's actually used as a reserve. Around 5% or so of the world economy uses the yen as a reserve. So that already creates a much stronger element within the yen. The second aspect is the industrialized. What's backing the Japanese economy is an industrialized nation. Okay, they produce physical products. We can use Toyota as an example of a car that's exported around the world, right? That's just one simple product we're sort of looking in there. Kenyan economy, unfortunately, it exports different things, which with a much smaller market cap, right? So this let's say dragon fruits. We're talking about agricultural products. Is one of them, right? Cash crop products, coffee, tea, cut flowers, etc. I don't need to give the examples here, but it doesn't have a real industry behind it. There is no value-added product that the Kenyan economy exports. Meanwhile, the Japanese economy has many different hardware value-added products. Now, they didn't go into the software game. That's a whole separate discussion I don't want to go into right now. Now, the Japanese did actually devalue their currencies on purpose, right? So, for example, let's say right now, I'll give you a context, to listeners based on what's happening in Kenya right now, right? So, in Kenya, you have 3 or so major tribes that deal in business, right? Because it's a tribal land. You got the Somalis over there, right? AKA Somalis. They deal in trade of clothes, basic electronics. Also, you have Indians who deal in basic electronics as well, and those kinds of trade networks. Okay, so you got the Indians, you got the Dasmalis. You've also got the Kikuyus, you got some Kisis and some of these tribes that deal with finance and trade. Now, what happens is this, right? Every time the Kenyan currency devalues itself, right? What you're doing is you're making it hard to import things into Kenya. Why? It's because it's simple. It's a math game. It's also some Euro-dollar game, but let's just keep at the math game, right? So if a Kenyan shilling used to be about 120 when I came to Kenya, shillings is $1. Right now it's about 147 or so, right? So what that means is, right, if let's say I'm a Kikuyu or Somali trader, I want to buy a machine from China or anywhere else. I have to first convert my money through the Kenyan central bank, and I'm already going to lose money, right? Because they're going to give me an extra 10% interest just to exchange that money. That's one. Okay, so I'm already losing money through the interest rates of the banks. After that, that money, imagine this, right? The products I'm buying isn't priced in dollars. My currency keeps devaluing itself, so importing make it becomes very expensive if you do the math. However, when you're exporting, it makes it very favorable. So in Kenya, we have, in same with Nigeria, right, another African country, you have a company called Unilever. Unilever, for example, benefits from a devalued Kenyan currency because they will export at the same dollars, but when they're exporting, they're actually making money because when they're exporting with a cheaper currency, they're actually making money within that exchange rate. And also, since they're selling in dollars to the people in the other side, when they turn that dollars back into Kenyan shillings and pay the Kenyan workers, they're not going to keep up with inflation, so they're actually benefiting, right? That's similar approach to what Japan did, so that they can export loads and loads and loads and loads of products outside the world. So yeah, the difference in Kenyan market versus the Japanese market, even if they have the same so-called number on their currency, is two main parts. Japanese has a large export economy that exists. Kenya doesn't. It has agricultural economy, but it's not that great. There's no value addition to the products. Secondly, the history of how we got there, right? Japan did it on purpose to actually increase exports. Kenya did it by actually negligence and incompetence. It happened because the currency kept devaluing itself rather than being a strategic sort of circumstance. Let me just give shout out to another sponsor of the show. We've got Kulata over there with the $2 saying the yen is unstable and backed by strong exports. Yeah, sorry, the yen is stable. Yes, and back exactly. Very, very good point.
Yo, Kaizo, I just want to say, like, last year the yen wasn't doing good, and the Japanese government spent over 30 billion buying out their currency to just keep it a little bit stable, to the normal stable, the normal exchange rate, that they don't want to go over it. And there are so many other countries, like for example China yes benefits from like their currency being like low value, like they keep their currency down to be more productive when it comes to trade, because like it's so easy for locals, like when the currency is down, if they keep it down, it's not natural the way that their currency is like is, the how much the currency is worth. It's like you keeping your currency down to be productive when it comes to trade. That's another point. China, for example.
Yeah, no, shout out to you. Thank you for giving us your NF points of view. Yes, contextually you're correct. Transtemporally not correct. But yeah, we'll come back to you. So Matt, don't know if you want to respond to the specifics there. Add things, ask questions so that we can we can get deeper into this.
I wasn't listening to what the other guy is saying, so I don't know.
Yeah, don't worry about that. But yeah, go ahead.
Was he asking me a question?
He was he's an NF, so
no, but I was asking, it's actually smart way, like if you keep your currency down to be, productive when it comes to trade, and it's actually beneficial for your economy, because like your currency is down, it's a lot cheaper for your locals, the poor people, the rural people, everyone gets plus, in the economy. That's basically China. They don't keep their currency
so
natural.
Let me interpret what he's saying, right? What he's trying to say is basically saying that the currency can't also be too strong within the local currency, because you want to make sure that there's cash flow, especially for dusties. Poor people need to actually be able to have cash flow. So you don't want your currency to be too strong. When it's too strong, the prices look weird. People can't afford to spend money. They get scared, and basically the economy collapses because locals can't buy products. So you do want to play around, control the currency also for the locals, so that there's cash flow. I'll give you an example, right? UK economy has collapsed, right? Completely collapsed. Right now, foods, right? Stuff, we used to have something called meal deals, right? A meal deal is like, a sandwich, a drink, and a crisp or a packet, right? That used to cost, when I was in the UK 2 or 3 years ago, right? That used to cost around £2.50. Right now, a meal deal is £4. So the inflation has increased, but they didn't print enough money to also keep up with the inflation. So basically UK people are suffering and all that stuff. He's saying that China manages to control that by allowing the locals to also have enough cash flow, right, currency for cash flow to still participate in the economy.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it points to fundamentally what I was talking about before, which is that economics is quite subjective. I mean, the feel that I get of economics, it's not quite the same as a sort of tactical sport where the person is sort of just is moving step by step, making the most tactically sound move possible. It's not that tight, but at the same time, like Ike said, it pretty much is a situation where you just have where the basis of all of the abstraction is based off of a sort of arbitrary is based off of an arbitrary is based off of arbitrary sort of axioms that we just sort of trust and we just sort of move with. And so there's a heavy subjective component to it. And so I don't know. I mean, if I were to relate it within the context of the debt and African economy, so on and so forth, I think it's quite interesting because I suppose it forces us to look at, like, what does it fundamentally mean for an economy to fail? And I know, and I'm actually going to relate this to IQ because this is actually just a realization that I had figured out recently, and it relates to this. I mean, I know we always bring up IQ on this channel, but I feel like this actually is a strong connection. So the thing is so I'm going to go a bit lateral and make the connection. So Jordan Peterson suggests that pretty much, like, if you do not reach a certain IQ point, that basically means that you're no longer functional, right? But what I've actually found is that this is not the case. What I've actually found is that low IQ people have the same capacity for abstraction as high IQ people. In fact, the is in the fact that low IQ people actually commit more. How do you call it? They commit more abstractions. They actually do more within the realm of abstraction. So, and when you think of abstraction, you don't have to think about it in terms of like ideas or thoughts, but just simply in terms of occupants in space and time, right? In terms of occupants of space, and now this makes a lot of sense. People who are low IQ actually occupy more space and time than people who are high IQ. People who are high IQ actually occupy less space and less time. So the point is that the actual problem with low IQ doesn't come in the fact that low IQ people can't do things or they don't have the ability to whatever. And this sort of explains, again, another sort of lateral tangent. This explains the reason why, despite the fact that Africans supposedly all have low IQs, why they still have very, very functional human organizational systems. Because low IQ doesn't have to do with the inability to do things. The main problem of low IQ versus high IQ is the level of resolution.
Sorry, Mr. Mott, can you define the parameters that you are looking at low IQ from? What's low IQ?
Wait, 1 second, one man. Just before you.
Okay, right. So low IQ would be.
Matt, can you hear me? 1 second.
Yeah.
Let me just introduce you to the people that are new. One man, Matt is the highest level. Forget IQ, that's some low IQ shit. Highest level youth over here. Speaking on these sort of platforms.
Higher than you, even with your
potentially, yes, right? When he's my age, he's gonna be much higher than me. But yeah, go ahead.
Right. So the parameters of what defines low IQ is basically anything under 80 IQ, pretty much. Anything under 80 IQ is low IQ. Normal IQ is 100, and anything above 115 is high. So the point. So
Okay, I
for
have an issue.
context, in
I have an
Africa
issue
in
with that.
general,
But finish, then I'll come after you. But I have an issue with that. But carry on.
I didn't catch what you said.
He
No,
just wants
sorry,
you
I
to
was just saying.
continue. He'll come after you.
I have an issue with the parameters you are using to define IQ. But I'll let you finish your space. Then I'll hopefully come in after you.
Okay, so, all right. So I'll just say I'm not the one who created the parameters. This is just the parameters that's set by the actual like the people who created it, right? And so for context, the reason why I said in Africa in general the IQ is low is because it, for the most part, it's under 80. That's it. But so the point is that the differentiation between high IQ and low IQ isn't in terms of abstraction or ability, which is, I mean, that is just absolutely interesting. Like, it actually literally is the case that when it comes to the basis of abstraction, meaning the content of knowledge between someone who's high IQ and low IQ is literally the same. That means that they both know all of the same information. But that's not even the point. The point is it has to do with resolution. What happens when someone is high IQ? The basis of their abilities, the basis of their interactions can easily be seen. They can easily be seen. They can easily be tracked across time. And thus it makes it easy. It makes it easy to be able to interact with that particular person. Whereas when somebody is low IQ, they have the ability to do all of the, not only do they have the ability to do all of the normative functions that a human being is able to do, but they are also able to do things that exceed, they have the ability to have talent and do things that exceed the basis of normative human functioning. They have the ability to do things to help you in ways and to do things and to give you opportunities that are beyond the scope of normative human interaction. But the problem is that we just can't see it. The level of resolution is so low that it's very, very hard to be able to actually see the image in regards to whatever it is that they're doing. So now we can relate this within. So this is how it relates to the economic context, that so that goes back to what I was talking about in terms of the subjective link regarding sort of the objective facts that Kaizo brought up. The thing is that, so what does it mean for an economy to be failing? From my perspective, what it means is that, I mean, when I look at the basis of living in Africa or African people in general, I feel like there's this misconception that like African people are like really dangerous or poor or anything of that nature. From what I can tell, and if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong, but the most dangerous continent in the world is South America.
That's true.
Africa is not dangerous. I mean, to be honest, like, you can have fun in Africa if you know what you're doing. You can have a lot of fun. South America, it doesn't matter if you're rich or poor. It doesn't matter if you're white or black. None of that matters. You have a possibility of dying if you go to South America. You just have literally a possibility of getting caught with a stray bullet by accident. South America is the most dangerous continent in the world. Africa, you can have fun in Africa.
Wait, can I ask you a question about the South America Africa question? I feel like South America has a lot of crime. It has a lot of criminals, but Africa has like the half of the world's wars like are going on in Africa. Half of like coups in the world is going on in Africa.
He's accounting. Shout out to you, Andre. He's accounting for the war-torn countries. He's already kind of removed that from the sphere. He's accounting for country like Nigeria. If you go to Lagos or Enugu State or something, you go to Nairobi, you go to Addis. He's accounting for the areas of mass civilization.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, Kaizo, let me know when I can come in because I can't contain myself.
Oh yeah, I'm almost done. Okay, so that's really the thing is like Africa fundamentally isn't really dangerous. You can have a lot of fun in Africa. And the thing about Africans as well is that they are quite intuitive, right? In terms of whatever it is that you seek, whatever it is that you want, you can acquire it quite easily. They're quite personable, right? It's like everything is very people oriented. Whatever you want, you can get what you want without real worries. So the point is that when I look at the nature of what it means for these African countries to be in debt or failing, so on and so forth, it doesn't mean, oh, everything's broken down. You can't, because that is the impression that people in general in the world have of Africa. Like, you guys are dead broke, everybody's starving. When in reality, the situation is you can live a great life if you go to Africa, but the fundamental problem is we don't understand the because the basis of the economic chain is like we have a notable point of interaction in terms of trading goods. In Africa, we just don't, when the economy is bad and everything's bad, we don't know the basis of the interaction. We don't have a clear sense of how everything is supposed to flow, how everything is supposed to interact together, right? And that's the difference between having a strong economy where everything's notable, everything makes sense, whatever actions we have to take, it's whatever, whether the currency has to go up or down or whatever. The point is that everything is seen, everything is notable, everything makes sense, everything is clearly defined. In Africa, the basis of the systems and the structures are not defined. It's very hard for them to be defined. And so what it leads to is that this is the fundamental case when it comes to living in Africa, is that in order to live in Africa, you have to be you have to live on your own sort of body. You have to actually live on your own subjective persons. Otherwise, you have the prospect of being sort of eaten alive, because there just isn't a generalized system that enables the basis of trade. You have to make sure that you're smart and you don't let people take advantage of you, right? So, and now this is my last point that ties everything together. So this is how it is, but the point is, what is the willingness of the people in Africa or whoever within these particular economic structures to move away from this particular system, um, of just having this sort of economic structure that's predicated on a very intuitive, very sort of nonchalant interaction of human beings. From what I can tell, I don't I don't really think that Africans really care to. I don't think they care to move away from this particular way of being, where the basis of their interaction is just sort of intuitive. Everything's on the hip, everything's on the belt. Nothing has to be too deep, nothing has to be uh too structured or standardized. I think they actually like living within this particular style. And then when we compare it to Asians, especially, which would be the polar opposite, absolute polar opposite within Asian economic structures. I mean, so Kaizo, for example, you were talking about the yen. Like, Asian people specifically, the what you described in terms of what they were doing economically is a very, very sophisticated movement, right? A very non-intuitive movement. And the reason why they have the ability to do something like that is because Asian people are very, 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 very hell bent on standardization and making sure the basis of all their movements are known and plotted
They're
and so on
submissive.
and so forth.
Yeah,
So that
just
so
want
that's ultimately my point. That's ultimately my point. African people, it seems as though they like living within an economic structure that is very sort of unstandardized, such that it allows them sort of to be intuitive with their movements. And when we look at higher economic structures, the basis as to why they can do sophisticated movements and so on and so forth is because they make it a priority to make sure everything is standardized, everything is known, the basis of everything they're doing is set in high resolution. So that's my point.
Okay, shout out. And just one man, just before you respond to that, I wanted to make a shout out to you, Chuku Igwe over there. Uh, yeah, I'll try to make Mad sort of explain some of the systems. He's using a lot of internal models and structures that I guess you guys haven't heard before. So some things might be hard to follow. But anyways, let me try to specify some things, and one man can respond. One man went to hoe. Anyways, one of the aspects that Matt is talking about here is towards Africa's real-time interaction with chaos and nature. So, and he said a lot of stuff, but let me just kind of preface on this. Then other one man, everyone else can respond. If you look at the IQ difference between an African and a so-called Oyibo or Muzungu or Murungu, depending on the country you're from, or Adan if you're a Somali Danka, right? The difference is this, right? A 100 IQ white man, right, is not the same as 100 IQ African. The IQ of 100 African is far more higher, let's say, functional human than the 100 IQ Mzungu. The 70 IQ Mzungu is retarded. They can't even tie their own shoelace by themselves consistently across time. The African can have a family, lead them, be economically independent, all that stuff, right? So there is a difference. And yes, the differences can be explained by perhaps environmental factors, right? One of which is environmental aspects of the IQ, right? Which are, for example, let's say dietary demands, right? So if you increase the diet components of African diets, you can increase the IQ by another 10 or 15 points, just simply like that. However, that still isn't enough to explain this discrepancy that we see between African IQ and the European IQ in comparison, and the functionality within a set structure like society, jobs, etc. So that is still a
Kaiser, don't you think that's a little bit historic when it comes to like European? Yeah.
No, you are correct. There is a historical component to it, right? But let me just finish. Then we'll let one man respond, and you can respond afterwards, right? So Matt has already stratified that specific point there, right? And the reason I'm explaining this is because Chuku did ask to be specific on a specific structure, right? So that is true. So regardless, right, of even that, let's say, dietary demands that the African has, IQ will rise by another 10 or 15 points, but it still won't explain the discrepancy. How come a 100 IQ African is far more functional, productive, and effective in the real world than a 100 IQ European? Right?
I can answer that. I can give you one reason. Maybe brainwashing.
Right. 1 second. You come through. Right? So it's one man and then you and then Kulata, right? So there's that aspect there, right? So what Matt is trying to say, that there is inbuilt within African an intuitive spiel, right? The African can fit 10 people inside a small mini. Right? There's a point to this, right? Africans are in tune, in respect the environment, right? Able to interact with chaos and nature in real time far better than any other group in the world, including the dusty desert Arabs. Right? That's a fact. I'm talking about the so-called Bantus, who are far more sedentary. I'm talking about the so-called Nilotic, Cushitic sort of groups, which are far more pastoralist. They have an ingrained nature to interact with the environment effectively in real time. So Africans are far more able to engage with reality in real time. But anyways, let one man go first, and we'll let our ENFP brother over there, Proud Horner, and then Kulata go ahead. So yeah, go ahead, one man. Responses to whatever it is you heard from either Dr. Mad or me, or anything else. Go ahead, brother.
All right, thank you, Kaizo. But Kaizo, with your permission, maybe Kulata can go first. Maybe he will apply the correctional application of the whip that I wanted to apply to your friend, Dr. Map. So maybe he can apply that correctional whipping that needs to be applied. Well, Kulata, because his system might drop in a moment. So let's hear from Kulata first.
So you guys will have to catch me up because I was on a call for a while. Are you guys talking about like comparative intelligence between Black Africans and other races?
Diet of Kaizo, trying to diminish.
No. One man heard that as a tangential ancillary part of what Mad was saying, and one man got triggered as usual because he can't hear anything bad being said about Black people or Africans, right? But Mad only brought that up as a comparative. We were looking at economics, generally speaking, economics, monetary policy, how accurate can it be, how well can it be rationally modeled, and so on and so forth. Matt added some context regarding the differences in types of peoples, right? And then the IQ aspect came up. And then one man wants to make it all about that, basically.
Well, I mean, when you think about it, sometimes when you rationalize it up and down, at the end of the day, I mean, it's uncool or uncouth to say it, but a lot of times it boils down to IQ. When we say IQ, I mean, it's like the collective intelligence of a people, because you can complain about this economic policy geared against certain groups, that economic policy. If you're smarter comparatively, relatively, you should be able to think your way out of whatever is stifling your development. But when we look at it from an historical context, I mean, every human is basically equal, right? That's why you can take some guy from Nigeria, put him in a good environment, and he performs. So there's all sorts of, I mean, the reason we lag behind black race, if I'm going to put it that way, there socioeconomic reasons, being like when you put a child in an environment that constantly stimulates that child's brain, they're seeing patterns, they're seeing different pictures, variations, and co. They'll be starting at a level that is ahead of the same child that is put in an environment where they have to go fetch water. And maybe, I mean, they're not seeing patterns, they're not seeing all sorts of geometry, they're not getting their brain stimulated. They're basically focused on the lowest bottom of Maslow's hierarchy, the very bottom. They just want to survive. So of course there will be differences in outcomes, except you can change the environment around us. And that little difference in performance, it's a massive difference in outcomes, because an IQ of like 120 compared to IQ of 135, there's a shitload of difference between a society full of 135s with a society full of 120s. Both societies will be successful, don't get me wrong. But the 135 will be massively more successful than 120, not to talk about 90s. And the 90s, it's not like you can't get them up to like 110, 120 when they have the right food, the right environment. They can actually think, they can actually see things, they can put two and two together. Because
Kulata,
you put someone.
if I
Go
may
ahead.
just interject in terms of kind of ask you something here, because
Yeah.
there's a typical thing with, individual species or individual organism, and then the ecosystem mistake that people make conceptually all the time. For example, you talked about X IQ people in one environment, and then you take them and you put them in another environment, right?
Yeah.
You cannot separate the environment from the people, right? So it's an
No,
X
yeah,
IQ
I can
environment.
get there.
And I'm not
you're
saying
right.
that you're doing that, right?
You're right.
It's
You're right.
basically,
Your environment. Let me put it this way. I won't even say environment. I'll say culture. Your culture is as a result of your collective intelligence. Basically, a culture should be able to self-correct, right? Take out the useless stuff and promote the good stuff. So at the end of the day, it's a progressive society. But then there's also, like, when you think about exposure to continuous civilizations, Black Africans, I mean, I know people will get into all this Egypt nonsense, but a lot of sub-Saharan Africa were not constantly exposed to different civilizations. Because when you check out Europe or Asia, they had different periods where, if it's not coming from Mongolia, it's coming from India, it's coming from Europe, it's coming from Middle East, it's coming from somewhere. And so they get to like borrow from each other, and all that stuff. We didn't have that advantage. So that's why when they met us, we were behind, and we're still behind. So what could we do just leaving us by ourselves? Not much. I mean, we figured out Iron Age. We could do all sorts of complex sculptures and all that stuff. But when you look at advancement, it wasn't that much on our own. So you're right. It's basically alluding to we're dumber than the rest. But then I can agree. When you look at it from the bell curve, yeah, the side that are dumb is bigger. But I think it's because we did not
Can I
have
can I ask you a
enough
question,
exposure.
Kulata?
No, let me just land
Can
this
I ask
point. I think we did not have enough exposure constantly to like smarter people to kind of like challenge our own thinking and let us, cope and keep up. Go ahead.
Yeah, the question I ask is this, right? So you've mentioned about exposure and all these cool things, right? But question for you is this, right? There are things called low hanging fruits, right? Anyone
Mm,
with an IQ more than a toothpaste, right, can understand this, right? So an example is you mentioned Iron Age. Yes, we Africans went through Bronze and Iron Age. How come we didn't integrate them and reach the Steel Age? How come if you go to
yeah,
Nigeria right now, in
yeah,
Enugu State or Lagos, you'll see workmen working on iron and some metal. They just call it metal. They don't even know what metal they're working on. Basic, metallurgy of putting some heat and electricity to fix a door or something. How come we didn't
yeah,
reach Steel Age?
yeah. How come? Like I said, not every. Independently, everybody reached certain thresholds. But the reason why us didn't get to that point is the environmental factor. This is where the environmental factor comes into place. Our environment is not challenging, right? We don't have to worry about harsh conditions, really. There's no cold winter where you have to think your way to survive. You see? So what we needed was just to take care of the basic needs in Maslow and there was nothing pushing us to invent. There's no earthquakes, not too much natural disaster, no freaking 0 degrees winter that you have to survive. So our environment did not condition us to push further beyond, okay, I discover how to make hot food, I can build a hut, I can do this basic stuff. I know I have enough knowledge of some leaves that I can make sure I get some version of medicine, and I'm good. Not a lot of natural enemies coming to come and fight me, like until the
Okay, so
slavery period came. So the,
no, no,
the
shut
the
up.
environments too did not favor us.
Okay, now shout out to you for that, and then we'll let a new panelist, Ola Jide, and then the other panelists respond. Shout out to a super chat by Chuku Igwe, $5 saying, "Money is only worth what someone else is willing to exchange for it. An increase in money supply may enrich the government, but not society." Shout out to you. Yes, so hopefully, the show we're doing today is exchanging money. So the rest of you Dusties out there, send some super chats. This is a high IQ conversation today. We'll go back to calling each
So
other's noses.
right before you go to Olajide,
Yeah.
I just want to let you know, Kaizo, that I think Olata has some actual economic. I don't think training, but he's quite well versed based on what I've heard him say.
So meaning we can go back to the original.
Yeah, we can go back to the original rather than this rehashing of the same goddamn sociological bullshit that could be getting by, like first grade nonsense that you guys like to rehash over here over and over and over again. But I'll shut up.
Okay, so shut up. So we'll let Olajide go in, and we'll partition the conversation back to the economics. So shout out to you, Chuku. You're correct. So hopefully this is exchanging the value. So you Dusty send African super chat so that the remittance can go to help the Kenyan economy so that we can rise. But yeah, go ahead, Olajide. I don't know what you've heard so far in the conversation. You want clarification, and then you can speak your mind. Then we'll go back to economics.
Yeah, well, good afternoon from Nigeria. I actually jumped in because I had Kolata speaking, and I'm a very big fan of his, and just want to stay around and see what he's saying about this whole topic.
Olajide, do you prefer Kulata to me because he's more consistent? He's not low IQ sometimes, creating chaos. He's a more refined. Anyways, go ahead.
No. But you guys are both good, but I have something with Kolata on these economics topics. I'm also interested in economics, so I just want to learn more. So I follow him anywhere he goes on this topic.
Okay, so let me since we have the panelists here, everyone is listening in, and we've got a little bit more people here. Let me come back and just do a 2-minute presentation of my original ideas, and then everyone can respond to the specifics of what I'm talking about. So in this video that I'm going to respond to, it's a Kenyan economy specifically, but it's the same in Nigeria, Ghana, everywhere else, right? They're saying, right now Kenya's in debt, right? Yeah, they have to pay back the interest rates, etc. And Kenya Kwanza is the the political company, or rather, yeah, it is a company, I guess, who are in charge of printing money and other things, right? Kenya Kwanzaa means first. Kwanzaa means first. Anyways, so the statement is this, right? So Kenya, or really any other African country, print more money to deal with its interest rates and take the money out and start paying it off. And he was saying no, we'll end up like Zimbabwe. He's saying no, you can't do that because you just end up with hyperinflation. I say that's not necessarily true if you take in modern monetary theory concepts which allow you to think outside of the box. An example is this, right? Remittances. Nigeria gets like, I don't know, $30 billion. Okay, wait, hang on. Let me get the specifics there, right? It gets a lot more money than Kenya, right? Maybe $10 billion every year from Nigerians abroad. What that means is Nigerian government can take that money, right? Because that money is going to help their family members mostly. Some is going to industry, but let's say 70% is going to their families. That money going to their families, Nigerian government, or rather the Nigerian central bank, can take that euro dollars, right? Then invest in a specific industry that they are guaranteed through actual, business deals that they've done and other sort of indicators. Invest in a business venture, then take that equivalent amount of money and print the Nigerian naira, then give it to their families to use in the Nigerian local market. So they're basically effectively taking a loan out from themselves, printing the equivalent to feed off these dusty Nigerian families, and then now they're able to build an industry, which of course will have productivity. They'll have be able to make money from it and also pay off the debt. So you're taking a debt in dollars from yourself through the remittances, paying it off later by building an industry. So I'm saying this whole idea that printing money is bad, it's not an idea. If you just simply understand how money works, aka using remittances. In fact, let me just share how much Kenya is $4 billion a year. Let me see. Let me share my screen. Nigerian remittances diaspora per year. Let me see how much money really comes into Nigeria, and you Dusties, will be surprised. I'm sharing my screen right now. There, as you can see, Nigerian workers living abroad have remittance a staggering $20 billion back home in 2022. So in 2018, before COVID, or COVID 24, is $24 billion. So $20 billion effing dollars coming into Nigeria from these diasporans. If the government printed that equivalent money in naira, gave it to those dusty people's families, then took that money in dollars, purchased equipment, knowledge, information from abroad, brought it in, invested in a business, for example, steel industry, right? Rejuvenate the dusty Nigerian steel industry, sell the steel back to all the Africans, because guess what? Construction requires steel beams, right? Ike, am I right or wrong? Right? This is like as simple as what Dangote did, right? It's a cement bullshit. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, just a quick comment, and then we can cycle through again. Perhaps Mad wants to jump back in and back to Kolada, but definitely. So let me stick with my Nigerian accent on this one. So I'm definitely interested in seeing what Kolata and the rest of them have to say regarding modern monetary policy or theory in general, and then the application that you described, right? So first of all, taking on debt, which is the same thing as printing money, is not a bad thing if you can pay back your debt. In the United States, for example, insofar as the dollar is the reserve currency, there is no risk of the United States not being able to pay back its debt because it can simply print the money and pay back its debt. It's called monetizing the debt. Basically, it devalues the currency a little bit, but insofar as no one else is going to take that dollar hegemony, then it's fine. The other way to ensure that you can pay back your debt is that, hey, I'm going to grow, I'm going to develop, I'm going to put money on my credit card now, I'm going to create a business. That's akin to what you're saying, right? Now, the coordination is where it tends to break down. That's when the theory becomes practice. The coordination between, hey, I got $20 billion coming in, okay, and this is what I would like to hear people's ideas on. I have $20 billion coming in, I'm going to print that amount, and I'm going to do X, Y, and Z, right? And I'm going to get certain kinds of outcome that somehow equates to me being able to pay back that $20 billion. Therein lies the breakdown, especially in a society that has not proven itself able to, from the grassroots up, do that kind of a thing on its own, right? So let me not go a little bit too much further because I didn't want to make too many comments. But than to buttress the point about the fact that yes, taking on debt or printing money is fine if you have the reserve currency, in which case you can always just print to pay back. Or if you can pay back because you have some kind of coordinated way of knowing that, hey, I can develop. The gap between I'm going to take the money and I have a precise plan of how things will develop is the issue, especially in countries that have not proven themselves to be able to do this stuff on a low scale. So if you can't just normally develop industry on a low scale and have the economy bubbling in that kind of a way where people find it, shall I say, meaningful to come in and invest in low-hanging fruit like agriculture and so on, pardon the pun, right? Then how can you trust that this same group of people is going to do a high-level planned $20 billion in, $20 billion out type of equation? Those are just my initial comments on that.
Yeah, so let's let Kulata first, and then Dr. Mad. So
if I understand,
my point there, using the printing of money equivalent in the remittance of $20 billion to give the dusty Nigerian families to use, then the government takes that actual real euro dollars, buy machines, invest in a business that they know they will recuperate the money in a specific time frame, and then pay that back to debt, have also investment. Transtemporally speaking, now Nigeria has a steel industry that can serve them in the future. What do you think of this idea? Where do you think it breaks down? And do you agree with Ike saying, hey, look, yeah, Kaiser has a good point here, but Africans are dusty. They've never proven themselves to do anything organizationally. Go ahead, Kulata. The mic is yours.
All right. So if I understand, right, you want to increase your own money supply based on the remittance, because remittance is kind of considered income. It's considered part of your balance of trade. It's as effective as Nigeria selling crude oil, basically, because the
exactly $20 billion a year coming from you. I assume you're from the West. You don't sound like a Nigerian, right?
I'm from. When you mean from the West, you mean Western Nigeria?
You at least traveled around more than Nigeria, right?
Whatever. Yeah. Sure.
Okay.
So here's the thing.
Americano is an American.
No, I don't sound American.
Yeah, real Nigerian will just be at this high level.
So here's the thing, though. You're increasing your money supply. U.S. can increase their money supply, but U.S. is also the reserve currency of the world. You are not the reserve currency of the world. So effectively, you are inflating your economy more than the U.S. inflation, because some of the factors that impact exchange rate is not just balance of trade, it's also difference in exchange rate.
Kulata, let me just interject for a micro moment. What Kaizo is suggesting is some sort of a forward payment. So
I know, I get it. I know. Yeah, okay. I get what he's saying. I want to explain, because there are many factors to it. Because one thing is, what you're doing will devalue your currency, number one. Number two, if it's some sort of forward payment, then you probably have to securitize it. Otherwise, it's almost the same thing Nigeria just did. We're actually just dealing with it. We have something called the Ways and Means, where the central bank essentially prints money. And the last government printed a shitload of money. And that's why we're still stuck in a vicious inflation cycle. And because we did not have too many things to back up that money. And now we're struggling to see whether they're going to securitize it. Basically, who is going to package it as some debt instrument and package it and have some investors buy it. So, because you're not, you just effectively increase your money supply. It's not like a trade, because you're supposed to almost effectively trade that 20 billion for equivalent of Naira. So you pumped up your Naira. The basic thing is, if what you pump it for is productive, because that's what gets us. This is a productive activity. Then you can make that money work for you, whereby it cuts whatever devaluation you've done for your local currency. It kind of like makes up for it. But in a typical Nigerian or African economy, we're dealing with inflation. We're dealing with interest rates that's prohibitive to production. Our money is too expensive, and so that productivity may just not pan out. So at the end of the day, you effectively just inflated your economy. But if you can guarantee that you will put that money to use, it will increase productivity, then fine, you can borrow against, essentially you can kind of like borrow against that money. But you're borrowing against it for future earnings, which is fine, because if that future earnings is guaranteed. is good,
I'm
but
not
the
talking
risk is
about.
all is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, actually, I agree with that argument very, very well. So, what if it's in a industry that is low hanging fruit? Because I love low hanging fruits, right? Nigeria
What would you
got the
consider a
richest
low hanging fruit industry?
steels, right? So Ike is in the construction business. He knows, okay, steel construction needs you need concrete, you need steel, and everything else is here and there. Dangote became the richest black man in the world because he went on a low hanging fruit thing, sugar, concrete, all these kinds of
Sugar, cement.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
steel is another low-hanging fruit that we have a lot of iron ores in Africa, but we don't actually have any steel industry. So what if Nigeria, right, the richest country in Africa for the moment, 25 or 24 billion dollars a year from remittance, takes that debt from its own people, invest in steel, and again, okay, so as you said, yeah, you and I said similar points, right? We don't know if we trust the fact that these governments or Africans will really do what they say they do. What if we do a private public partnership? So we rent, okay, we take this money, right? The Nigerian government and the Central Bank of Nigeria or Kenya, we give it to specific companies that have shown work, proof of work concepts. We give them that as a loan with interest free, really, because they're in partnership with the government, right? They will pay back in dividends and all that kind of stuff once things are successful. So we give it to people that have shown proof of work. Dangote, for example, and his group, let's just say the group, right? They've shown that, hey, we can export, right? I was working in Ethiopia in an NGO a little bit like 2 years ago. Guess who's actually supplying cement in Ethiopia, the high level cement used for the high buildings? It's Dangote's group, for example, right? So steel, let's use steel as a simple low hanging fruit design. There's a market base. The population of Africa is projected to be the largest single continental group in the next 30 years. Why don't we use steel as a low hanging fruit example and then analyze that? Then we let Dr. Mad respond.
Oh, so something like steel, though, it's a commodity, so it comes with its risk. If the global steel, I mean, it depends on anything tied to commodities, I basically just hate it because your fate is left to whatever happens in the commodity market. It's just like
So you
relying
don't
on
like
crude oil.
cassava?
Cassava, I like cassava, but yeah, I mean, because cassava, at least the worst case scenario, or you eat it in Nigeria. If
Yeah,
so, for example,
he's TI. Yeah, go ahead, Kulata.
Sorry, for example, if the global price, so let me put it this way: if it's just a Nigerian situation, a Nigerian situation. The problem is if we're relying on what's the name of that steel plant, Ajaokuta. Yeah, it's called Ajaokuta. If we're relying on that, we've already been shafted. The design of that steel plant ties us to Russia because the kind of coal that is required to run that steel plant, we probably have to import the coal, even though we have coal in Enugu. There's some technical reasons. I'm not that versed in this area, but I read about it. That just ties us to that. That's number one. Number two, our economy right now, we have a lot of backlog issues that if we have any sort of money we can securitize, we're using it to pay obligations. So right now, our future earnings are already encumbered. Buhari has already spoken for our future earnings. So for example, now, if we increase our crude oil production like we're currently increasing, that is against borrowed money. So we're not even in a position to do it because we have so much backlog of obligations that we need to sort out. But assuming we could do it, then if we can do it from an area that's a little bit less risky. So for example, value-added agriculture, that will be very, very good. Because, at the end of the day, we have a shitload of land. We can produce so many things. But for steel, who knows? Is this Australia or whichever country has steel production in China? Like that kind of steel market it can be risky just because
Yes. So
the risk of the commodities trading.
Yeah, I agree with your point. And just before I let Matt respond, you remember China in the 2000s, right? Chinese products in Kenya, Nigeria, all across Africa were seen as inferior products. That's what this would mean in entering the steel market and competition. However, after just 10 years later, Chinese products are seen as equal to the Western product. Actually, in terms of functionality speaking, not longevity. So what about the Chinese model of, okay, you enter the product market, you're consistent across time, you make sure that your product keeps improving in value. So even if there are alternatives, we can leverage what we have, right? We know that which countries have ores, right? And this is where Pan-Africanism can come in.
You see one thing. You see the differentiator. Hold on. The differentiator in the Chinese product, it is based on the value addition is based on the brain, right? That intellectual property. Essentially, I was back in Nigeria when, what's the name of this country? Huawei, when they started copying, they used to copy Cisco, and they used to copy a firewall company called, what's the name of that firewall company? I was still back in Nigeria then. They used Nigeria as a testing bed for their networking equipment. Huawei, that's how they learned all this shitload. They actually copied Cisco up to the point that they copied the manual, Cisco manual, the manual of those routers back in the day. So the Chinese one is intellectual capacity, and I mean, ability to do stuff. That is what China is not put into a commodity. You can't take away someone's brain. You can control the price of commodity, but you can't take away the intellectual capacity that the Chinese built. People think a lot of Chinese advantages is just because of cheap labor. It's no longer because of cheap labor. It's now because of they're able to do stuff. So that intellectual, that brain power that you see in Asia, that kind of makes them wealth. That is what they invested in. I don't know if we will be able to do that across Nigeria.
I agree with you,
Kaizo, I'm sorry, just
go ahead.
Just to kind of elucidate his point here, basically, in a commodity, you don't have a lot of differentiation, right? But even in something like a Walkman, let's take it like a VCR, right, from back in the day, right? A bad VCR versus a good VCR versus a great VCR. There's still differentiation, even though for some level you might think, oh, it's just a VCR. But there's still a great amount of differentiation and willingness on people to go into different entry points in the market. Like, you know what, I'll just buy a crappy Discman from Taiwan, it's fine. But with something like steel is steel, and it's supposed to be steel. It's not, like a Walkman or something like that, where you can just be like, oh, no, it's quite different. Steel is more
structural.
Real.
You can't really differentiate it. Yeah,
correct.
Colata. Sorry. In the case of Nigeria as a case study, you know that these diaspora remittance we are discussing about, I can tell you categorically that a large percentage of the forex does not find its way down to Nigeria. Because I know very well, Nigerians now, very, very smart people. I know of companies in Nigeria here that what they do is they have accounts abroad. And if you want to send money to Nigeria, you send to them, they keep the foreign money abroad, and they give the person you want to give whatever naira, you give the person the naira here in Nigeria.
Yeah,
so what
what I do.
Yeah, and so what they now do now is they now look for companies that want to buy stuff abroad that need the forex now. They now use the money abroad to, pay for such things, then get their naira back here. And that is what those guys do. I know of a lot of companies like that. So the forex that Kaizo was referring to, the money, the dollars, what is a percentage that is getting down into the Nigerian market itself? That is the problem. And that's why the government has gone out now to start meeting diasporans and saying, okay, the central bank would start serve as that buffer for you. You can send your money now through that is where the problem lies. And that's just what I wanted to put in.
Perhaps that 22 billion is actually more than 22 billion, because when I'm going to send money to my parents, I just call one of my friends that has a Bank of America account. I put money into his account. That money never goes to Nigeria, and he gives them naira. So that money is not recorded anywhere in Nigerian books. And I have some university pal. He does this money transfer stuff. Like, he has accounts here. People want to facilitate a trade or something. He's going to pay for that trade with his account. It's not tied to any Nigerian account. Facilitate that trade. And and then they bring it to Nigeria. So all those kind of things is not recorded in Nigerian economy. So that 22 billion that is shown, if we're to do it through the proper channel, it probably will be, I mean, more than that. It will be more than that. But Nigeria is still a 200 million 200 million people economy that we're poor. So that money in itself is not enough to do much in our economy. But you're right, Jide, you're very right. The thing here is, whether we think it or not, we cannot run away from just the simple ability for us to create something out of nothing. And that goes to the, I don't want to be mundane, but it goes to the
Kulata, why
ability.
don't you just hit the nail on the head and say that black people are dumb? That's where you're going, so just go there.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
agree. I
like
agree.
saying, I don't
You're
like
very
saying
good.
it. I don't,
I agree with you, bro.
I
We are
don't
not
like
like
saying
you.
it.
We are
But
God's final mistake. Go ahead, brother.
But it's just, I mean, look at, you go to Japan, they don't have shit. They even have earthquakes. How are they? They can't think though. Look at the kind of swords they've been producing since God knows what century. Yeah, you go to Turkey, you look at those Roman bathhouses. You look at the cistern. You look at the kind of water system they were creating. You look at roads back from God knows for whatever fucking BC, and they're still standing. And then you come back and you look at some Nigerian person still using 2 stones to grind pepper. So, like, I really do wish we can have some thinkers that can think and create products out of thinking.
So,
Then we can create money out of thin air with thinking.
But isn't this exactly what I'm saying right now? We leverage this system as it is. For example, you mentioned about no value-added products in Nigeria. Okay, so sorbitol is an example, right? Sorbitol is highly used in
from cassava.
Mm-hmm. Right, exactly. Why don't we start going into that, for example, industrializing, right? This dusty Nigerian here, Ike, is going into the whole cassava market, palm oil, and food production. So if you look, sorbitol is worth, right, as a sorbitol is worth 10 times more than the raw cassava product. If you look at the price of paying a Nigerian to work in a sorbitol sort of factory, it's far less, right? So you can leverage these markets. Again, I keep calling them low-hanging fruits. So you are completely correct. So we can do it. So I think you'll agree with me, right? Blacks are just too low IQ.
I agree.
God made a mistake in us, and unfortunately,
I don't know if it's a mistake. I don't want to believe that we're a mistake. I want to believe there are environmental factors, and I mean, whatever became of our culture did not encourage a lot of critical thinking. And I think a lot of culture is shaped by the environment. Like I said, no ash weather, no this, no that. But check out cassava. I mean, on one-man platform, I've been screaming cassava value chain since God knows when. Because simple thing, tapioca starch. You go to a grocery store here, just because they call something gluten-free. That thing is freaking cassava, tapioca starch. They sell it, it's more expensive than wheat flour. We have the natural advantages in cassava. Nobody creates as much cassava as Nigeria. Look at yam that we eat every time. You know the number of supplements. Supplements that facilitate reproduction. Women, I mean, what's that thing called? Like women that need, I wanted to say fertilizer. God, my brain is dead this morning. Fertility. Thank you. There's so much supplement you can get out of fertility. I'm seeing a lot of, there's something in Nigeria that we drink. It's called burantashi. I think it has yoinbine bark or something. Erectile dysfunction cure. There's some plants that is only grown in Nigeria. I'm serious. There's another one.
Repeat that again for the benefit of Ike. I think he might well need that.
Not today.
It's called Purantashi, but it consists of something called yoinbine. It's called yoinbine something. They get it from a tree called yoinbine. The bark of a tree called yoinbine. There's another one called Fadioja agrestis. I never knew we had all this stuff in Nigeria, and there are people here making a shitload of money by going to Nigeria, getting all these plants, and that's just one sector. There's the cassava sector. There's the yam sector. Nobody produces as much yam or cassava in the world as Nigerians. We lost the palm oil. Like, go to Indonesia, go to Malaysia. What are they selling? It's all palm oil and palm oil derivatives, from soap to chemicals to this to that. There's nothing you will check in a grocery store that will not have some palmitate, this palmitate, something from palm oil. Every freaking junk food has something derived from palm oil. But what did we do to our palm oil? We shat on it. We even gave one of our high yield palm oil derivatives, we gave it to Indonesia. They're using it till today. We are not using ours. Like, we both add palm oil. People misconstrued that. They said that Nigeria gave them palm oil. That's not true. We gave them one of our high yielding variety that they're using today. When I went to Malaysia, the entire from the airport, there's all places palm trees. Every freaking place palm trees. There's no joke with that business. It's what more than crude oil. So
Kolata,
eh?
sorry, I just wanted to chip in something just to support what you're saying. You know, I was watching something and I saw this Hausa man. He was playing with snakes and and scorpions. Okay, and these things didn't sting him, didn't harm him. And I was just like, wow, this guy. Do you know that they get snake venom and it's money? If you can handle snake like this, why can't you get snake venom? In fact, the most expensive liquid in the world is scorpion venom.
Yeah.
And I
I
think
did watch I
a
watched
gallon is
something on
like
it.
$39 million or something. So
Yeah.
why are we not thinking in this direction? Scorpion, what does it take to raise scorpions? That can stand inside scorpion and nothing will hurt them. For God's sake.
So at the end of the day, is the ability for us to apply ourselves. Whether you do some funny financial instruments to facilitate it or one thing, it's more like, at the end of the day, if you're not applying yourself beyond what God gave you in the ground, if you're not applying yourself, we will never have any sort of advantages. And by not applying ourselves, it goes to every facet of life: economy, security, uh, even sports. Like the DNA of West Africans, you see it constantly winning 100 meters. West African DNA, but you'll never see a native West African win 100 meters. But look at where the people that win it come from. They come from West Africa, because we just don't. Our culture, our environment just does not facilitate us to thrive, to improve, to want to think, to want to push the boundaries. So I don't know. I don't know what to blame, but it is what it is.
Okay, good point. Good point, Dr. Mad. I don't know if you want to respond to anything you've heard so far. Add your perspective on this.
I mean, I don't know. My point's pretty consistent. I mean, a lot of this, a lot of the point was basically fleshing out the objective aspects of what can be done, and then relating it to the seeming unwillingness for African people to do it. And I pretty much agree with all that. I suppose my thing is, I suppose the way that I would style African people within this context is a bit different. I mean, to me, it just makes perfect sense. So, the way that I would style it is different. So, our Africans IQ, sure, low IQ, sure, technically that is fundamentally the case, and I guess there's a reason why the thing about the point I made about IQ, I guess, is more interrelated to is actually more interrelated to the point of their economic structure, because again, what IQ actually has to deal with, it doesn't have to do with competence. It has to do with resolution. It has to do with light. It has to do with, like, we have to be able to see like what it is that you're doing. We have to be able to, it's about relation, right? So IQ is about relation. It's about synchronization of attention between two parties. Like, can I see the movement, the objective movements that you're actually doing? In Africa, that's just not there. But I think in terms of how to style Africa, because like the point that Kaizo made before, why is it the case that you have a situation where you have an African that's 70 IQ and is completely functional, has a family, has the ability to work, and fundamentally has and they and and they have the ability to conceptualize beyond their local time and space reference. What I mean by that is, like, again, if you go to Africa, it's not some dead wasteland, everyone's broke, whatever. Of course, in many different parts, it's in war torn, whatever, it's obvious. But there's many parts in Africa, for the most part, what's gonna happen, okay, if you go there, what's gonna happen is there's no crime, nothing's happening, whatever. But what's gonna happen is everybody is going to meet you with massive amounts of opportunity. The nature of opportunity is such that you must be able to conceptualize yourself away from your time and space reference. That's what an opportunity means. So that means that you have a whole bunch of people who are 60, 70 IQ that have the ability to reference themselves beyond space and time, right? So, whereas again, when you compare a person who's 70 IQ in the United States or maybe Asia or someone else, done. They can't really talk, they can't really do anything, they can barely, yeah, it's just over, right? So I feel like the basis of what encapsulates this difference is in terms of the fact that, sure, African people are like you, but what is fundamentally, I mean, and when I say this is going to make perfect sense. What fundamentally characterizes African people is just that they're just physical people. That they're just physical, right? The basis as to how they interface with the world is simply physical, right? And this just can be completely seen in terms of the genetics, muscle wise, in terms of the bone density, in terms of the height, everything of that nature, in terms of the complexity of the physical variations that exist within Africa. Africa is just a very physical place. And so this is what characterizes the basis of its economic interactions. And then when we compare that to a place like Asia, and we're wondering why Asians are so like they're focused on they're focused on like economic cooperation, making sure that everything's seen, everything's notable. And then we look at a place like Japan. When we look at the structure of Japan, Japan doesn't have anything. So when you look at Asians, they are a whole bunch of very physically non-imposing people who live within specifically I'm talking about Japan in this case, who live in a place where they don't really have any access to any physical resources. They have no choice. They literally have no choice but to be extremely precise and extremely exacting in the basis of their economic situations, because they have no physicality. They have no physicality. And Africa is extremely physical. That's fundamentally what it is. And so when I look at the economic implications of this, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to get too deep into sort of esoteric aspects because I've already gone somewhat deep into that. A lot of the things that I've stated are not necessarily, uh, backed by any data or science or anything like that. But just again, when I look at the aesthetic of Africa, it seems to me that they're a very physical kind of people, and that they don't. The basis as to why they don't want to do all this, steal or whatever, is simply because they don't want to. And I also think that there's an attachment. I think they have an attachment, a true attachment to this sort of physical style of economic of economic uh, sort of trade. I think they're fundamentally attached to it, because and I would say the evidence for this is the fact that, look, at the end of the day, virtually every single group of people in the world has been through a state where they hit rock bottom. Asians, Asians, Hispanics, white people, everybody in the world has been in a state where they hit rock bottom, and what happened is that they immediately went and then they just went back to their normal self. That's fundamentally what has happened. African people hit rock bottom, And at least from what it seems like, this is the basis of their homeostasis. This is the plane of which they like to exist in. And so when I contextualize this relative to myself, when I look at the situation, I don't know. I find it quite interesting, honestly. I mean, it just seems quite fun to me. It's like, because that's what's going to happen if you go to Africa, man. It's not going to be some like, oh, everyone's poor, dullard, skinny, whatever. What's going to happen? You go there, if your mind is set on finding opportunities and just having fun, that is exactly what's going to happen, and it's going to happen in proportions that you simply wouldn't expect. People expect that out of, like, if you go to like South America, but I mean in Africa it's the same thing. It's the same thing. So that's ultimately what I have to say.
No, that's a good point. That's a good point. So for me personally, just before we let the other guys kind of come in, I really look down on India, right? I keep hearing people say, "Oh, India is great." No, India is a poor country. Number two, defecation central in the world, right? What India did, or rather, has advantage of, is what Nigeria does, which Nigeria better listen hard, right? They have a very well orchestrated single administrative region, aka India's got 1.3 or 4 billion people in a single administrative region. Nigeria's got 200 or so million people in a single administrative region. If Nigeria did what India is doing, they will be extremely successful and keep the number one spot as Africa's largest economy, as well as even competing with other economies around the world. Right? India is simply a large country with a single administrative region. That's why they're doing what they're doing. The IQ is low, almost as low as the Africans. They just create selective cities like Mumbai, etc., where trade and or let's say pharmaceutical and other industrial trade can occur, such as steel with the Tata family to build certain, all the industries that come from it, including automobile, pharmacy, and all that stuff. So yeah, Nigeria can definitely do all this if they stop being corrupt, but I don't know if corruption can end in Africa, right? Everyone in Africa is corrupt. The baby's corrupt. The baby will be crying to get extra food, even though the baby just ate 20 minutes ago. So that's a big issue that we have to resolve: corruption.
Yeah, before Mad said what he just said, it's kind of interesting. When I was with my thermodynamic model,
But I actually wanna support the point that Kaizo actually made, which is something that I said before, and then you can go. Yeah, like the only big issue that I see within Africa fundamentally is like if you're not conscious, you will get scammed. I mean, people talk about, I don't know. I feel like people's conceptualization of crime, like in America or in other places, it's like, bro, in Africa, if you're not careful, you will get your stuff stolen. You will get scammed. You have to be very, very conscious and careful, and that is generally just a big problem in general. So I just wanted to support that point that guys made. Okay,
yes, 100%. You said earlier interaction with chaos, and you have to be high IQ to interact with chaos. If you're low IQ, well, whatever IQ, high level, whatever, aware, being conscious. Otherwise, you will be swallowed up by it. But I just thought that it was interesting that when you first said the thing that you said, and when I was still with my basic thermodynamic model of the economy and such, I kind of envisioned Africa to be like the heat sink, right? The heat sink is basically your chaos place, right? The heat sink, for example, if you have a fridge, there is a hot part of the fridge, right? That where the fridge dumps out the heat that it is extracting from stuff through the process and the compressor and all that kind of stuff, right? And this is just a place where this place is your living room. It's the chaos of the universe. It joins the rest of the chaos in the form of heat and whatnot, right? So Africa it's that kind of a place. This black hole heat sink, but very useful to have a black hole heat sink for if you want to go in there and quote unquote have fun and such. But what the next kind of micro step my mind just goes at is, okay, well, this is definitely will have to be a place for the diaspora. In other words, it's a place where people have to leave, understand the value of it, turn back, and then play with, extract from, use as a heat sink, use as a source of chaos or quote unquote opportunity, right? And I don't know what anyone thinks about that in the sense that, hey, maybe you might envision a different kind of form of Africa later on in terms of levels of development, levels of structure, and all those other things right now that we do not see in that heat sink. But the only way it will happen, it seems, because I don't see just random emergent order coming out of a heat sink. but people who leave there turn around and look like, wow, that's a great heat sink. There are a lot of
We need
thermodynamic
a
action
Kublai
happening.
Khan. We need a Kublai Khan, Stalin, Kagame, or a Kaiser. Sorry, a unified Kaiser, right? When he stopped being a bitch ass nigga, right? We need. Like I'm saying this whole from the beginning, right? We need a single administrative region that doesn't have all these issues such as corruption. Like, right? Kublai Khan would make Africa the richest nation in the world. Do you disagree? Stalin would.
I don't necessarily, no, I don't disagree necessarily, right? And it is an aspect, or is a way in which what I'm saying can manifest, but intermittently, or shall I say, on a smaller, granular level, these are just basic individuals whom can get a lot of, who can go and just start a little agribusiness thing and selling eggs to the egg eaters in Ghana, right? Because they have they have access to capital from the West. Not crazy capital, plus some credit. They set up some chicken somewhere, some dusty land next to Kumasi somewhere, right? Relatively cheap, blah, blah, blah. And get more bang for their buck than they could get in the more organized thermodynamically places, right? But I'll shut up.
But it makes sense, right? That Ghana is a bunch of bitch ass niggas, right? Even the word Kumasi in Kiswahili, Kuma
But
means
from a practical standpoint, though, there's never going to be some Kumbaya One Africa ran by Kublai Khan or Genghis Khan or something. That's never going to happen. So let's not kid ourselves. The problem, I mean, what could happen is maybe a few African countries kind of like having some common laws, something as basic as, all right, in Ghana, Kenya, Ethiopia, Nigeria, Congo, or whatever, we're not exporting anything raw. Like, we don't have the economic power, right? But if you need that freaking lithium, you have to build a processing factory. If you need that gold, you have to build a processing factory. Just like synchronizing laws and prohibiting exportation of anything raw out of Africa, be it cocoa, be it palm oil, be it crude, whatever. No, crude, well, that's a different story. But if we just start from the basic, because, okay, look at China. America invested in China. They're smart people. They copy, they pick stuff up. So if we say, okay, lithium is the next revolution, right? Just come and build the factories here. And then the Western money will be brought in because we still need their money. The Western money or the Eastern money will be brought in, and it creates some sort of industry. People will have jobs, and then there's opportunity to train a bunch of smart folks. Like the way Nigeria is, there's a decent million people that you can train properly on ICT. And before Gen AI takes everything from the world, they could be doing service provision. Because we have a big industry of exporting talent that's contributed that 22 billion. We could also have a big industry that export talent, but that talent sits in Nigeria and they earn $2,000 a month. If 1 million people start earning $2,000 a month on the average in Nigeria, that's a significant boost to the Nigerian economy out of nothing. So we have to find our niche. And we have to, in as much as the power balance in the world will allow us, we need to create some laws and basically just synchronizing policies and not exporting anything raw. But one area that we can't control the backdoor ways that these powerful countries destabilize us to get cheap resources. That's what we're dealing with Nigeria and all these places, even in Zamfara State in Nigeria. But if we can at least start from somewhere, I will say value addition to where we have natural advantages on, some sort of policies to make sure nobody's like shipping. Come and do whatever you want from us. Come and process it there.
Yeah.
We shouldn't have mass corporation making $100 billion while Ghana is only making $2 or $3 billion from cocoa. That's just stupid. So stuff like that.
Very good point. Yeah. Plata, what you're saying is true, right? So if you look at Gambia, right? Gambia's GDP is what, As far as the number 2022, 2.27 billion dollars. TikTok's GDP, or rather revenue, is 9.4 billion dollars. Right? If I'm just giving example, my example is very irrelevant, but I'm just giving the process or the mechanisms that's happening over here. Right? If let's say Gambia's people, right? It's a small country that doesn't have the ability to diversify the economy because it's not enough, whether it's human resource or otherwise, to do so. But if Gambia focused on a highly exponential sort of business adventure, let's say they created the new African TikTok. I'm just comparing TikTok and Gambian economy, right? TikTok is making $10 billion a year on revenue. Gambia is only making 2.27 billion. If Gambia literally just said, we're going to train 100,000 dusty Gambians every year on tech, specifically, let's say software-based technology, because investing in hardware is a little bit more expensive and time consuming, and then they export, let's say, software packages or products like TikTok, creating an environment and they truly do it right. Of course, they'd have to use Senegal there. For example, you do need like data centers and all that kind of stuff. Gambia would be able to leverage the small population and increase the productivity. This is how Gabon can do it with oil. So I'm just saying we have to think outside the box. We can't just be applying or employing these very specific Western. And here's again, niggas like to say that Kaizo just loves the West. No, I actually don't. Right? I think we need to be very specific about the kind of economic ventures that we get into and ideals, and look at the reality that we're in. So I say country like Gambia should be leveraging its small population, 2 or so million people, to go and just invest heavy on a specific sector. Like technology is a simple example where they can export value added software related production. I just don't see why we don't do these kinds of stuff.
Yeah, and then for something like software, like even the America we live in, it's not like you have geniuses walking all over the place. You just have a few very, very, very highly intelligent folks concentrated in an area: California, New York, now Texas, and that's it. So if we have, like, for example, let's just say Nigeria creates a TikTok and a Facebook, just those two, something as big as those two, and they're domiciled in Nigeria. You know the difference that will make. Okay, look at this weight loss drug. It's called Wegovy. It's also called Wegovy. It's called Wegovy. It's also called what's the medical name for it? And actually, it's the weight drug that also treats type 2 diabetes through some glucagon control. That is generating money. I think it's for Norway. The company is called Novo Nordisk. The GDP of Norway is not as big as the market cap of Novo. Most of the money coming through, I think, is Norway. Most of the money coming through Norway for that drug. Ozempic is the medical, is the pharmaceutical name, but it's also called Wegovy. It's Ozempic. The money that drug is making, that's just one single intellectual addition. Someone went to an island, got a venom from a lizard, and found out that thing reduced blood sugar. And then they took it to the lab. And then they created the drug out of it. And then it's a blockbuster drug. Just that single intellectual addition by some random trip. Pharmaceuticals do this all the time. They go and look for stuff in the island, in plants, in animals. They found it in some sort of reptile, and it's become a blockbuster drug. Just check out Ozempic or Wegovy. It's making a boatload of money. I just told you that we have something called Fadoja agrestis in Nigeria. That, people are using it as supplements. If you make it as a medicine, not just supplements, as medicine, you take the active component out of it, and then we create a pharmaceutical out of it, and it fixes some area. Let's just say it fixes refractive index, or it fixes something in men in general. It's going to become a blockbuster drug. And how much will Nigeria make out of it? So there's little things like that where we just need to get it right. Everybody doesn't have to become high IQ or whatever. You just need an environment that fosters the few people that are smart to be able to leverage their potential, and we'll be fine. So yeah, anybody else can contribute.
Yeah, the rest of the dusties can respond, add, etc. But yeah, I think Kulata is a very yeah, he's a high level guy. He's definitely I wouldn't consider him African. I'll consider him a Kaisorian over here, right? Very high level guy. My respects to Kulata. He's
So
very, yeah. Go ahead, Mike.
it would seem like
And why are you guys letting Kulata get away with so much? I was expecting
No,
him
no,
to
he's right. He's right,
uh,
one man. I'm not going to disagree with.
kicking around a little bit. He likes being kicked.
Yeah, but he's right, right? Go ahead, Ike.
one man likes to discuss sociological / political topics in where there's plenty of gray area and places to BS and macro talk and such. So, there's always pushback for pushback for pushback. However, in areas where there's convergence of truth, but then a thorny problem, to then be encountered, such minds run away from it. But I'm being like one man now, but with his
No, that's so sorry. I want you to remove that as a thought. There's never anything called convergence of truth. There's convergence of ideas, but never ever convergence of truth.
I accept. Now it would seem that we started Kaiser, this whole thing by looking at this economic question and saying things about money. We started about the money and money flow, monetary policy, print your money or not print your money, modern monetary theory and such. And you were saying things about Africans not understanding money. First thing that came to mind was, well, at what level and to what purpose would be the understanding of quote unquote money, right? There was a time I didn't understand money at this level, let's say at the macroeconomic voodoo level. And then there was a time afterwards. I don't think that that was not a quantum leap in my life. The quantum leaps in my life had to do with habits, such as being more disciplined, being blah blah blah, things of that nature, right? So while I was thinking that, the conversation naturally progressed to that point, being, hey, it's about the willingness to do X. It's about actually doing something. It's not about whether you understand all these high level descriptions of money, which Matt came in to tell us, hey, these things are generally descriptive. They're model like. They're not models of things that could be. It's not a model of a pendulum. It's more of a model of gases thermodynamically. In other words, it's rather imprecise. We're talking about ecosystems and human beings and blah blah blah. So we should not be too fooled by that mathematical understanding of economics. We ended up at the position where basically still the African should not be listening to anything about this high level, highfalutin monetary politics or whatever. It's about, why the hell haven't you gotten into steel? And you will find that the issues surrounding that, or why don't you do your value added and such and such and such. The only last resort, and it's kind of like a question now, the only last place that people would throw a theoretical, shall I say, challenge to you. And by theoretical, I mean a challenge that's still outside of the realm of action. Like, just go take the action. Just go do this. Go take the low-hanging fruit, blah, 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 blah. Maybe steel is a commodity, but how about the other ones? How about cassava? How about this? Da, da, da. Why not? Why not? Why not? And we encounter, again, just to restate the first premise, that this is not about understanding, quote unquote, money, right? The last place they could throw at you, though, is like, okay, look, there's a dollar hegemony. It was alluded to by the fact Kulata mentioned the ways in which the powers that be block you, right? And how do you get out of the dollar hegemony and this and this and this and so on and so forth? Does anybody have a pushback against that? That, look, it's not the white man, right? Which is just a summary of that last push that they can throw back at you. It's like, hey, look, it's the white man, Olajide or Kulata, or does anybody mad have that final pushback that, no, it's not the white man, Mad might say. It's just the nature of that particular. But anyways, go ahead.
I mean, I would
will
actually
push
probably
back.
say something
Oh.
that might be somewhat controversial. Not only do I think, I mean, I don't know. Because everybody just keeps coming with like hard facts. I just come in with sort of uh just sort of just observations, but that can't really be instantiated. But it is what it is. I actually think that everyone within the world economy is perpetually inviting Africa to do all of these things that everyone keeps talking about. I simply think that Africans just don't want to do it. I think white people in general welcome the prospect that Africans can be have the prospect of being high level or whatever it is that you want to call it. Asian people, I think the same. But I think the idea, the characterization that Ike made in terms of Africa being a heat sink, I genuinely think that's what they want to be. And the thing is that I under and same as like Ike was talking about, I just understand why that is an attractive proposition. Uh, like just to go to a place where you feel like you can kind of do whatever it is that you want, as long as that you stay within the boundaries of things that are fundamentally reasonable, right? I mean, it's called the motherland. The basis of Africa is encapsulated by a rather feminine spirit. I think that the basis of femininity obviously is attractive, right? The basis of femininity is sort of like a girl with a big butt. And what does that mean? That means just come and get it. Just whatever you want. Just come and get it. That's it, right? That's a very attractive proposition. So I feel like again everything that everyone's saying is literally 100% correct. But I think what we would have to do is we have to contextualize the basis of all of these economic schemes within the image that Africans historically it seems that they want to supplant themselves within, right? Which is the idea of a sort of feminine context where everything's kind of loose, everything's kind of easy, everything's kind of whatever. I mean, what the things that are Kaiser is saying, the spirit behind what he's saying, which is that, because I mean, Kaiser, you can correct me if I'm like mischaracterizing, but it seems like what you're saying at a certain level is like, yeah, whatever physical feminine stuff, but at a certain point, like we have to, we, at a certain point, there has to be a point where things are structuralized at a certain point. We can't just keep doing this sort of airy fairy kind of stuff. And I think what you're also saying is that the basis of structuralization inevitably is going to take on a masculine aura, right? And I actually completely agree with that. That's kind of my fundamental point, is that inevitably the image that Africa is trying to acquire is like this sort of feminine characterization of like, come do whatever you want, whatever. But there is a certain point of resolution where we still need defined structures and defined systems to do exactly that, in order to actually make that image feasible. So um so that's ultimately how I kind of look at it. I think that's the fundamental point that's sort of missing within the conversation, is like I feel like the data is just completely clear that Africans just don't want to take on the image of being a superpower or a massive, because I think Kulata was talking about, why isn't it the case that a small group of high IQ Africans or whatever people come in and just start taking everything over? Well, I mean, the thing is that the basis for all of these things to happen they just can happen. It's too easy for any of these things to happen. I mean, in America, that's basically what America is. America is basically founded off of a few smart people who started thinking about okay, in America, basically what happened is that everybody put their trust in a few people to basically design an economic structure where the people felt as though they could have a maximal semblance of freedom whilst maintaining civility. And that's exactly what happened. It's like it in Asia, they hit rock bottom and then they picked themselves up and then they did what they had to do. Like it is like Africa, whatever poverty that they find themselves in, uh they can easily just go in and then just pick themselves up and then do that. But historically, they actively are putting themselves within a position that fundamentally grounds them within the image that they are currently in. And I don't have any problem with that at all.
Yeah.
But yeah, but Gaizo's exactly right. Everyone's exactly right. In spite of that, there does need to be a level of structuralization in terms of this feminine motherland. Come and
Mhm.
get it, do whatever you want
But
here. There still
but
needs
man,
to be a
let me, yeah,
structuralization for this image. There has
you
to.
you're 100% there. Let me just shout out to another sponsor. Shout out to my Kisi brother over there. Shout out to one of my Dusty tribes for the $5 super chats. Do appreciate it, right? I know you Kenyans are Dusties, but whenever I see a super chat from a Kenyan, it warms my black heart, right? I become more of a human from it. So yeah, shout out to you, bro. I've returned your whatever it is status over there. If you Dusties want to buy your status is back, I take it off every 2 months, right? Send a super chat and then yeah, just say for the wrench, right? But anyways, so flexed up. Well, you missed everything. We did a high IQ show. You sponsored this show, you dusty ass Fulani, and you didn't even show up for the beginning of the show. So you know,
But
yeah.
he
Go
was
ahead.
herding. He's a herdsman. He herds men.
Exactly, he's a herding man, right? He's
He's
herding men. Probably a bunch of
kind of gay.
homosexual out there. This
Kai-
Fulani is a homosexual herding men. So,
Some
Kai-
kind of gay cattle thing going on.
Kaiser.
yeah, go ahead, Ola G.
Yeah, there's something the last speaker said. Listening, I really don't agree with that. And what he said was the rest of the world is trying to invite Africa to do certain things, and Africa ain't doing it. Yeah, I'm not saying Africa, yes, our leadership ain't doing what they should do, really. But the truth is, the West or the rest of the world are not actually inviting us to do it. They've never invited anybody to do it. They are even happy if you don't do it. You know, and if you look at China that we're talking about today, these guys had to break free. They started copying. It's not like they wanted them to do it. These guys started copying this technology, and today they are where they are. So the truth of the matter is the rest of the world doesn't want you to be great, because if you are great, where would they get the cheap resources from? If you're that enlightened and educated, then where would they get this all these resources from? So the raw materials are actually with you. So the best thing for them is that you don't even know how to use it. You are not even interested. That's just it. So that they are actually inviting the Africa to do it, I don't really agree with that point. That's just what I want to say.
Okay, so I'll respond. I would say I think the world is inviting. And the reason why I say this is just from a pure business perspective. It actually economically is easier actually to deal with Africa if Africa is not broke. Uh, yeah, it's actually easier. Now the thing is this. I don't think the world really cares. I don't think white people care. I don't think Asian people care. I don't think Middle Eastern people care one way or another if Africa decides to become successful or not. But I think fundamentally speaking, the world is completely okay with and willing is willing to positively interact with Africa in the prospect that it decides to become successful if it wants to. That's ultimately what I think. But again, the level of consciousness that this proposition is operative on is a lack of care. I mean, that's kind of the nature of business anyway. It's like whatever you want to do is whatever you want to do, as long as it doesn't negatively impact me. That's pretty much how business works. So I don't see any active sort of plots to make Africa poor or more destitute, where there's a equal and opposite pressure from Africa trying to become successful. Now, at the same time, I'm not saying that people around the world aren't taking advantage of Africa. I'm not saying that. Definitely, there is a case that from other places in the world, it is the case that they are feeding on Africa in a sense of where they're taking advantage of it, and it's sort of negatively impacting Africans. But what I'm saying is, if it is the case, like Kaizo said, like if there was a case where there was a whole bunch of high IQ Africans came together, started making structuralization, African people were behind it, everything happened. I don't think that there would be any conspiracy around the world of people trying to stop that. I don't actually see any of that.
Okay, shout out.
So
The context of what you just said now might agree with you, but what I was actually trying to point out the other time is that we can't say the rest of the world are okay, because you and I know what's happened with France and the francophone countries. So that's not business. You understand? And for me, I feel that's not even giving the people the room to do proper business. You understand? It's like you're holding them to ransom. That's just what I think. So, but what I want to say is that from what you've just said now, that if Africa is actually serious about it, that you really don't see the rest of the world in any way disturbing or stopping us. Yes, that might be true. But at the same time, if we go back to history, some of you guys have pushed for this kind of things, and we know what have happened to them. So I think the first thing, like you said, we should come together as Africans. And, like Olata said the other time, we should form policies that will actually first protect us, guide our state in our resources, and also ensure that are not just being taken out of these countries in Africa. They are without a level of processing, so that we don't just earn peanuts from what we have, while some people are actually earning the dollars. So I think that's how it should be. But from the context of what you said, I think I now understand better.
Can I
Can I? Oh, let me just have my quick take. So before, I used to be fixated on the fact that, the West is against us, blah 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 blah. The normal woe is me, victimhood speak. So I was like, okay, fine. They divided the continent. I mean, some parts of the continent to an extent. We all know that history and all. And we know, like, the world runs on greed, right? So whatever they can get from you is what they'll get from you. They see Africa as area for raw materials, fine. Africa has not been able to prove itself beyond that raw material. Because if an American businessman, and I can act in that capacity, I want to make money, and I look at, okay, I want to make this stuff, I can get the raw materials in Nigeria or Kenya, but I can also get the labor from Kenya. Won't I want to make it in Kenya? Because then I'm more vertically integrated, because I get it's actually going to be cheap for me, rather than me to take cashews from Nigeria, then I take it to Vietnam to go and shell the cashews. And then, I process the cashews. What the example I gave you happens. They buy raw cashew nuts in Kwara State, Nigeria. They ship it to Vietnam to go and process. It will be cheaper for me as a businessman, more cost effective for me if I shell it in Nigeria, if I have whatever. So don't really buy into the West is up against us. West will do what they want to do. They want to make money. You provide an environment for them to make money. That environment is just cheap raw materials. When you think about what we Africans have done to ourselves, this is just one question. Have we figured out how to even trade amongst ourselves as Africans, one African country to the other? What's the level of that trade? Because you can't keep shouting, woe is me, the West is this, the West is that. West doesn't control the trade between African countries. And yet, the trade between African countries is terrible. The numbers are crap. So we can't even help each other trade and learn from that trade. And then we now want to blame the West. and we've not grown beyond or proven ourselves to be more useful for richer countries to provide them cheap labor, that they will damn all the consequences, get raw materials, get the labor, and then go sell the stuff where they make the most money. At least that part of the value chain will remain with us. So I think there are things we need to fix amongst ourselves. Number one is trade. African trade is a very ignored topic. And it's a topic that needs to be addressed. That if we can figure shit out amongst ourselves, trade, then we'll be able to manufacture for ourselves, improve on it. And small time, maybe then it can be going to South America, it can be going to Southeast Asia. Then maybe the quality is good enough that, we'll just be manufacturing things for other markets. That's why you see Bangladesh. Bangladesh is the one sewing clothes for South Korea. Samsung invested in Bangladesh because they saw that they had a garment industry. They were quite good at it, and then they put money into it. Then Bangladesh economy, as corrupt as they are, is doing well. It's doing okay. Same thing with Indian economy. The West saw that, okay, these guys can write software, or we can use them in our data centers. We can use them on our projects as cheap labor, which means I'm going to drive up my margins per head. Then I'm going to go bring Indians on my projects and use them remotely. And that's why you have all this offshoring model that exists today. So don't blame the West. Let's blame ourselves for not being able to increase our competence in skill and not able even to trade amongst ourselves. That's what I'll say.
I want to say on Kulata's point, everything you said supports exactly what I said, which is that, what you said specifically, which is when it comes to the intra-level trade between African countries, it is such that, literally, if it is the case that there was just a whole bunch of positive intra-level African trade within Africa, it would pretty much be impossible for anyone to be able to do anything about it. It wouldn't be possible for any foreign influences to come and try to stop that, because it would just be too fast. It would be too much. And at the same time, again, from a business perspective, why do any of that? Which the second point you made also supports that. It's like everybody in the world's doing business. If there's good things in the world, people are going to come, they're going to see if it fits their particular parameters for their particular business, they're going to entertain it. So it's really that simple. It's like the basis for this mass level of I don't know, I guess it would be defined as racism or something towards Africans or something like that. I don't really see how it exists. It just, it's kind of like the same thing as slavery, really. Slavery it's just not good business. It's not good business, it's really that simple. So I agree with everything that you're saying. Everything that you said supports exactly my point.
Tell us about the market.
I disagree.
Tell us about
I beg to disagree.
Okay, please give me just 1 minute. Let me just, Kolata, everything you said is okay, is right. And what the other person said just now too, it seems right. But still doesn't change the fact, and that is a more reason why what Kolata suggested must be taken seriously as Africans. We Africans should work one another, because when you trade with a fellow African country, it's more difficult for an external force to shortchange you or to sort of extort you on that platform. You understand? You're trading with your brother, and he's your brother. So I think the major problem now is that we are trying to close our eyes from the third force, which is these people. The truth of the matter is it won't go away. I want, either we want to believe it or not. These people are not inviting us to progress. They are not. Even based on, I was listening to this woman from the United Nations that was talking about the interest rate they give to Africans when Africans go and borrow versus the interest rate they give to
the rest of the world when they can borrow. So it's not like these people really want us to grow. But the problem is, what are we doing for ourselves? And that's why I think I support what Kolata said, partially, because the truth of the matter is, if we first hold our own, and Ghana, Nigeria, the whole of West Africa trading amongst one another, then the trade flies to South Africa, then we would first have a strong base, and their influence would reduce on our respective economies. But because we are not really, we are so dispersed, we are not together, these people have this right and free.
Well, one of the issues with everything you're saying, then we'll let Mr. IC3 Black say, is that unfortunately, and this is, I've been accused of being some Western lover or some shit, but anyways, the issue is here, right? When you look at African economies, right, they just simply adopt the Western models of economic monetary theories without adding the unique aspects within the individual African country. A simple example is here about the trade competition, right? African countries are so focused on competing with each other rather than collaborating with each other, because that's what the Western capitalism told them. Hey, competition is good, right? But they don't understand the boundary limits of when competition breaks down and when organization takes into account. But anyways, let's allow Mr. IC3 Black to go ahead. Go ahead, brother.
You said it, Kaiser. You're right on. You're up to speed. When you said, but they don't understand that thing, that point, that word you used there at that point in what you just said, is the understanding. Because don't you realize that when you're having these meetings and these discussions, don't you find that you tend to find that people are saying the same things? Can't you see a kind of circular way of thinking going on here? It seems to be the same problem. Oh, Africans can't get together. Oh, if we were trading
okay, Mr. IC3. I gave you a few seconds there to get.
Okay,
but yeah, let's get on the ball. So you and I always meet
point.
at this intersection. Yeah, we know this intersection very well. We know. Yes, I get you. Right, it happens.
Yeah,
and
but
then
I got something new. I got something new.
So let me not, because if I let you, if Kaiser will just let you go on and on. So let's see if we can get further down the path on the quote unquote solutions road. Right.
Yes. Good.
Now, if I may, there's an aspect which you disagree with, which is about the construct, right, which Kaiser says has been copied, and that construct has certain intentions behind it. Constructs, one of which is the market, the general economy has intentions behind it regarding keeping Africa back, and also it is detrimental to you to copy someone else's contract to begin with, and also such and such and such about these contracts, right? That's one aspect.
Yes.
But there's another different aspect that's been added to and you may address this as well, in the sense that I could be against you, right? But but that doesn't have anything to do with whether or not you're a bum. I could be against you and you're a bum, right? I could be against you and you're a harlot, right? Yeah, it's possible, right? So that's an extreme painting there to demonstrate it's not a value judgment of whether you're a whore or a bum. It's to say that you have a particular characteristic, right? That Africa is a particular kind of thing, okay, that is unique. Independent of its external troubles, it has a unique thing to figure out. And I think it's also highlighted by the fact that Kaiser said that Africa has copied something, right? It has copied something, which is evidence of the fact that Africa is unique. It's a unique thing to figure out. Also, there's this external thing. I hope I've contextualized this particular juncture, and then you can continue.
Beautiful. Like you got a good way with words. Yeah, very sharp, man. Sharp businessman. Okay. So here's you know my angle, but this is new for me. Just recently, I got this book. It's the most expensive book I have ever purchased. I haven't finished reading it yet. So, what is this? When you're talking about the markets, talking about the world, and you're talking about whether people are against Africa or not, or whether people understand Africa or not, you've got to understand the construction of this current world. It might sound a bit going off key here, because it's difficult to explain this. This world has been in construction for over 2,000 years. And this world, every time you mention the word world, it is constructed fundamentally on anti-Africanness. I've been about to start changing my language now since I started reading this. I kept saying about white supremacy, white supremacy. Actually, white supremacy is a product or byproduct of the fundamental idea of anti-Africanness and anti-blackness. So the Abrahamic religions, the whole Abrahamic religions are built on the idea, or this idea has taken over all of the Abrahamic religions, that blackness, black skin, is a result of sin and disobedience. Therefore, they've merged two. I'm just learning this now. They've merged two concepts. They've merged the concept of blackness and slavery. They're two separate things. So the religious system, which are the foundation of all these business and banks that you're talking about, business, when you're talking about business, these institutions, the history was that either it was Canaan that sinned, and he became the first black man because he sinned. God made his skin turn black, or it's Ham, because Ham was cursed by Noah, that he became the first black man. So their discussion, the religious Abrahamic faiths discuss amongst themselves for over 2,000 years, where is the origin of the black people? Why are they black people? And then they're discussing, they all agree it's the result of sin, but they did not all of them agree that it's to do with slavery. So just because you're black doesn't mean that you're a slave. So that's one camp. The other camp, religious faith fathers discuss, well, who was the first slave? So the first slave, they say, the first slave was Ham, the father of all black people. And so you have these two camps, and the Abrahamic religions have merged these two ideas over the centuries. You know, the imams and the priests and the Jewish rabbis, in their texts and their writings and their sermons, right? And as the first one, I've actually got the link now. I can actually find these sermons. Over the centuries, they merged the two ideas of black identity and slavery. And so over time, these two concepts have been merged. So that's why you see this confusion. And so the merger of these two concepts are the construct of this world. So when you're talking about doing business and trade and nations and all these languages that you're using, that's all taking place within a construct. And that's why you'll find that you'll be talking around in circles about, well, maybe we should do better business relations, or we should do better banking. But why isn't Africa doing better? It's because, as Ike said, there's this outer, that is the outer problem. Now, then Ike says, well, okay, so what's the solution to that? Well, once you understand that it's basically a curse, what is the construct of a curse? How does the curse work? And then you've got to counter it. I'll leave it there.
So basically what you're saying is that white supremacy exists. White people are superior to the black man, which makes sense. I agree with you, Saisitri. Makes sense.
So that idea is an idea, and that idea built this world. So it's not a true idea, but they've constructed it in that way. That's their idea. So you have to build a counter idea. If you don't like the idea, if you don't like the way the world is working, you have to build a new one or counter this one, rather than whinging about it.
Yeah, and I don't know, maybe perhaps Kolata or Olajide, one of you guys can take a stab at this. Or maybe Mad, maybe you might entertain this have lunch with your, and I have lunch with it or something. But
If I was to launch on this, actually, I would say the whole cause thing, the whole cause idea was just to justify slavery. You know, from the point of view, from the religious point of view, knowing fully well that if you read it very well in history, 25% of the slaves gotten from Africa were given to the church, the Catholic and the other churches. You understand? So this thing was just an idea to justify their actions, to justify slavery as it is. And now it has, when an idea stays with you for a long time, it becomes somewhat looking like a reality or a truth.
Yes.
You understand? So we as
Yes.
Africans now, so a lot of Africans believe that there is a cause that is affecting Africans. There is a cause. On this same platform today, somebody has said we Africans are just not. Did he say we're just dumb or we're not just intelligent? We don't have the IQ. No, that's not the fact. The fact is that's what they want us to believe, and we need to rewrite the story. We need to rewrite and that's where unity, African unity, comes first. We have to see ourselves as brothers. We have to collaborate instead of compete. We need to collaborate because these are the subtle ideas, the subliminal ideas that they put out there. Competition is one of those subliminal ideas. Instead of you collaborating with your brother, what you do is you start competing, and then it brings jealousy, envy, and hatred. And that is what we have in Africa. You talk about Nigeria and Ghana now. The first thing you see is which jollof is better. What does that bring to your pocket? You understand? But we should be talking about Nigeria and Ghana doing things together, Nigeria and Ghana Airways, Nigeria and Ghana this, Nigeria and Ghana that. Then we would even not rely too much on the dollar. You understand? We can even fashion out a common currency when we have collaborated so much that we need it. So that's just the way to go. And I don't know.
One second, if I may. And by the way, Kaizo, let me know because there's a reason I jumped in here to moderate the conversation with IC3, and I'm sure Kaizo, the host of the channel, will agree that I'm the best to moderate the conversation with IC3. So, because typically, So, but great, Olajide, good points that you added, and I want to elucidate two of them, which are quite succinct to where Mr. or Jermaine to where Mr. IC3 stopped. He talked about how the curse works, right? And you mentioned something about the idea out there now becoming a reality. 100%, yes. Behavioral patterns get encoded in your DNA. They become, quote unquote, reality, as though ideas did not exist. It was all reality, right? And then you talked about the coming together aspect, okay? Now, I'm sure Mr. IC3, okay, so you've gotten for the Kaizorian language out there, you gave him both the FE aspect, but also the TE of how the curse works, right? Which is that it's an idea pathogen. These things are real, right? And they get in there, they have their own kind of mimetic way, quite literally, of expanding and affecting people, okay? Now, the question is, though, Mr. IC3, and then anyone else can comment. I'm sorry. Perhaps I want to hear from either Kolata or Dr. Mad afterwards. So I just have a skepticism towards, and again, it's not even like this is like a gentleman's disagreement, right? In other words, so I don't think it's very important. It's not. Anyways, a skepticism with starting on the idea side as a counter. Because I don't think that we can anticipate or plan or construct a priori that well. No one can. That's not how the world works. So we'll go. My theory of the world and theory of mind is that things are more emergent, built coming out of chaos, including your smooth models come out of quote unquote tinkering, engineering, science, increments, blah 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 blah, accretions, changes, right? Basically learn, repeat, reiterate, right? So while I see, okay, I'm no denier of spiritual warfare, okay? I just have a different kind of approach to it. But the point is, 100%, I will not be the person to be like, oh, I'm kicking you out of the spiritual warfare club, because I'm like, no, why would I? You seem to be more head on and in philosophical tradition, and I'll shut up. I mean, Hegel is a good example of it. Hegel really believed in ideas, and in other words, basically the changing of ideas through time, that dialectic of ideas, that this is how things move through these kinds of in the spiritual form. The form of mind is what kind of drives civilization and history and such, blah, 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 as opposed to the more materialist type of dialectic popularized by, let's say, Karl Marx, right? So I'm partially too like a Hegelian. It's just that I'm always wanting to point out to you guys, Mr. Model Builders and Model Finders, like, hey, be careful, with your smooth lines and patterns and thinking you can wage spiritual warfare from a spiritual stance purely. I'll shut up now. Dr. Madga Kulata, and you wanna feast on what Mr. IC3 is saying?
Sorry, I'm not a spiritual person, so anything that goes to spiritual stuff, I get lost. And anything that tries to kind of like link us to Middle East, to some Abrahamic faiths or some, I don't know, that loses me too.
Well,
So
let me steel man it, Kulata. Let me just steel man it a little bit, and quite literally, the spiritual in this case, especially when mentioned Hegel, is about ideas. In this case, the idea of the curse, the idea of inferiority and such. At least, one could say it's more complex than that. But you mentioned the curse, and Olajide kind of told us how curses tend to work, which is that they're an idea that's out there, and then you start believing it. 3 generations down the line, it becomes reality. There are many experiments with this, by the way, with like monkeys and such, right? Where and if I may just give a simple one, and then Kulata, so that, because I'm just trying to put some context and stuff. So you seem to have like an engineer mind, but anyways, basically,
electrical engineering background.
Okay, good, great. Okay, now, so it's like you have these monkeys, okay, and you may have heard about this experiment before, but if anybody listening, for those who have not heard it, so you have these monkeys, and they're in a room with a ladder, and there's a banana on top of the ladder. Anytime a monkey tries to climb the ladder, it gets electrocuted. Okay, the whole room gets electrocuted. So it's not just one of them, right? So at some point, you can't climb that, and they beat you up if you try to climb it, because that's a bad thing to climb that ladder to get a banana. And then what they start doing is they start replacing monkeys. And if you can imagine, at some point, no monkey that's in the room has actually experienced the electric shock, okay? But they all beat other people for trying to climb the ladder because they saw other people beating, because you can imagine the first monkey coming in. He doesn't know. He tries, yeah. So anyways, Kulata, you can go ahead and respond to the kinds of things. It's about ideas, and I just give an instantiation of such ideas that kind of become your reality. So what do you think about that? What is there an idea? What do you think about the idea battlefield and waging war of that form?
So kind of like, all right, curse in a way to perpetuate the stereotype and belief system that we're inferior. Because I was multitasking when the gentleman was talking. So I think it was a response. I'm trying to catch up with the conversation. It was a response that it disagrees that we have some sort of like white, we have some conspiracy. There's a white world. They're ganging up against us and all. Is that the premise? The gentleman on video.
All right, you're asking me. Okay, yes.
He's insane, so we don't have to take him too seriously. But just before you respond, I
just want to understand the premise, because I wasn't following. I was chatting.
Yeah,
I was chatting with someone. Yeah.
Yeah. So did you say you're an electrical engineer?
I never used it to work, but that's what I got my first degree in. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So let me try and talk in your terms, because I have a great interest in the electronics as well, and the electrical, and actually, did you also say that you get confused when you talk about spiritual things?
I don't.
Was that you?
Yeah, I'm pretty agnostic. I don't do all this.
Right. Good. All right. Stuff. Good. Okay. Good. So you're Ike's kind of halfway between you and me. So yes.
This is definitely sounding Homo erectus, but anyway, go ahead, brother.
So watch this now. So we're going to talk in electrical language and see if I can present this in electrical
No,
language.
Look, I graduated decades ago. Don't forget about the electrical stuff. I can't even remember shit.
Well, okay,
So,
we'll put
yeah.
it in terms of engineering and
Yeah,
social
go ahead.
engineering. Yes. So
Yeah.
a world is a construct built. It takes engineering. Yeah. So social engineering also has rules, and things can be built
Right.
through social engineering. And then
Mm.
social engineering also is dealing with understanding the mind and psychology and ideas. So good understanding of the human mind, habits, ideas, traditions, and so on enables the social engineer to make constructs, understanding
Got it.
human behavior, correct?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay. So when we talk about the spiritual world, that's also can be engineered.
This is also
Faith,
social engineering.
trust.
Yeah.
Yes. Right. So when I'm talking about so this is exposing some of the formula and the structures of the social engineering of the current world. The world. So every time you mention the word world, you have to think, what is a world? How is a world constructed? When you hear things like international, global, yes, these
So what's
are
the construct?
social. Yes, engineered
What's the
construct.
construct? Yeah. So what's the current construct? Is it a white dominated world? I mean, what's the cut to the
Right.
point?
So the current construct is based on moral authority. Yes, the idea of righteousness and goodness. Yes, and fairness and trustworthiness. Yes. So therefore, you've got to dominate the moral high ground to get the moral authority. And then that moves in the realms of religion and righteousness. What's good? These are the fundamentals. Yes. So, and a lot of it starts with religion. Yes. So, what is good? What is bad for society, for a group of people? Yes. What is good? What is bad? The ideas of what is good and what is bad has to be constructed, built into habits and traditions and rituals. Yes. So, the most popular idea that's been around for a very long time, because don't forget, whilst you're constructing, you're questioning, oh, is this the best thing or is this not? What is the best material to use? So there's questions, continual questioning in any construction. You're thinking, what is the best model in your design and application? So in the construct, the most popular construct in this world is the idea of righteousness and what is evil and how to avoid evil. So the idea came about, a group of people, I don't know when exactly, I'm still researching that. They asked themselves the question, when did the first black man come about? These are the religious people. Yes? Why are there black people in Africa? That's they asked amongst themselves. Why are they black? Then they took the Bible, the scripture, and they say, well, the black skin, the first black man came from Cain, because they're going on the Bible, the scripture. This is their standard. They're saying Cain committed the sin, and the scripture says that God put a mark on him, and then they talked among themselves and said, that mark, the mark of Cain, is the mark of black skin. That is why the Africans are black. Then some other religious leaders disagreed and so on. They said, no. The first black man came about in with Ham, with the curse of Ham, when Noah got drunk and cursed Ham. And then that's the beginning of black skin. So that's the religious people trying to understand how this world came about, how God made this world, and how God decided what is good and what is bad. So that's the black issue. What I just found out recently now, but that is a separate issue from the slave issue. I thought they were the same, but after reading this book and finding out all this information, they're two separate trains of thought. So the other religious people were thinking, right, who was the first slave? Not talking about skin color now. Who or where was the first slave? How did God?
Okay, so wait, hold on, Mr. Kolata, if you're still listening.
Yeah. I'm trying to follow. I'm trying. I'm really trying.
Does it make sense what I'm saying though so far?
I think you can summarize it, but it's like it's a bit drawn out.
Let me parse. There are at least two pieces in there. The first piece has to do with this having the moral high ground. Of what relevance is that to you when it comes to power, right? If you're going out there into the world and you're trying to get power, this kind of thing, which is, kind of colloquially and in very boring boardrooms called soft power, right? What are your thoughts about that soft power and moral high ground type stuff?
I mean, look, first of all, power, morality. I mean, power and moral high ground. I see them in parallel lines. Like the moral high ground is a tool that you can use if you have power to project whatever you want to project morality, good of mankind, bullshit. Power is just power. Every living thing understands the concept of power is pure dominance. So whatever perpetuates that dominance, moral high ground could be one of the tools used for that. So I don't see a situation where moral high ground in itself is inherent to power. It's just if moral high ground is something useful for me to maintain my dominance, I will use it. That's how I see it.
I'd like to challenge you that. Maybe somebody else wants to say something. I'll challenge you. I'll come back and challenge you on that.
Okay. So, Mr. Kaizo, yeah, did you have something you wanted to say?
No. Your NI is crazy. Matt was supposed to go next.
It was. Seems this conversation seems quite convoluted, but I think I will try to. I don't know. I don't know. I'll try to make something out of this. So the fundamental, one of the main points that I sort of garnered from this was something that Ike said, which is that, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Ike. I think you said something of the nature that we cannot ground the basis of really anything. I think you said really anything, and whether it comes to sort of a practical matter, or even when it comes to sort of fleshing out a model of what we're trying to sort of view. We can't ground it on a priori idea sort of basis. Is that what you said?
Correct.
Right. And so then to relate that to what I see Three Black is talking about. So from what I'm garnering from what he's talking about, he's basically trying to support. He's trying to provide evidence for. He's trying to provide evidence for the basis that the interactions between races, notably white and black people, right? So this more spiritual aspect, that he's trying to provide evidence that the basis for this has a more grounded in mechanical basis, right? Like the spiritual aspect between the relationship between men, white men, black men, whatever, races of men, is more grounded in an actual mechanical, logical, rational, observable context. And so when I'm looking at all of this, I would have to say, so I'll try to connect the 2 points, the point that Ike made and the points, the argument that IC3 is making. I think I fundamentally agree, because in my life, I'm not gonna, like, it is real in my life. So, okay. So let me start off with what I had stated previously. Inevitably, so let's ground it. So I think this is what Ike is saying, right? Let's ground it with this. Inevitably, no, there is no conspiracy. There is no like anyone trying to attack anyone or anything. Inevitably, the way the world works is just business, and the reason it has to be like that is just objective because things are too big, things are happening too fast. Inevitably, nobody really cares. Inevitably, that's just the truth of the situation. And so the basis of how the world economics and everything is being grounded is ultimately being grounded in just cold, brutal, what's convenient for me at this particular time, and do you have the and it's kind of a showcase. Do you actually have the ability to fulfill whatever it is that you're talking about? Even if you don't have the ability, I'll give you the chance. But if you don't, then cool, whatever. It still doesn't matter. I just don't care. The whole world pretty much is operating on a big I don't care. So that's ultimately the case, and I guess right about that. But in terms of what IC3 is talking about, in terms of there is this deep intuitive sort of this deep intuitive basis in terms of the interactions between man, and that having a massive impact on the way that people perceive themselves. In my life, I have actually seen that is fundamentally the case, because in my life, I've been able to interact with many different races of people. I've been able to interact with, um, Middle Eastern people, Hispanic people, African people, Black people, and it is the case that the basis of my interactions, let me further contextualize. I've interacted with all of these people from the vantage point of being sort of different, right? Because I live in America, I'm Senegalese, but I'm also born in America. So like I'm interacting with all of these various groups from as being like an outsider. And it 100% is the case that like the basis of how we interact, sure, there's a business element of which we interact, but the basis of which I'm interacting with these groups, it is the case that it's based off of like deep seated sort of very buried I'm not going to say racism, but a sort of a sort of a sort of image as to what it is that I am in terms of the dynamic, in terms of like IC3 was talking about, in terms of the characterization of like black meaning slave. I mean, he seems IC3 seems as though he's making like a leap or something in terms of the gravity of the abstraction that he's talking about, where it's like the idea that people generally associate black skin with being a slave or bad. But in my experience, I have experienced that really is the operative sort of idea that people have when it
Do you
comes
see
to
any
the
handles,
associations in skin.
any
It's really
tools,
that stupid simple.
any
People are
degrees
not
of
that
freedom,
sophisticated.
lad,
What did you say?
in there? Do you see any tools, any handles, any degrees of freedom in that space? Because I love that
Right,
space
you're right.
too,
I'm about to
right?
get to that. Right.
Yeah, so go ahead, go ahead.
Right. So that's exactly what I'm about to get to. So that's how these 2 points are about to merge, right? So that's exact. So IC3 is exactly right in terms of the actual real, the real sort of instantiation of these particular abstractions. You know, he seems kind of crazy talking about it like, oh, black means bad, and everyone's thinking like, oh, the world's so sophisticated. That's not what it. No, but like in my life, I have experienced. That's quite literally exactly what people sort of associate the term with being. And so the way that this connects is when I'm dealing with like these other races of people, so on and so forth, the basis of how we're dealing is business, right? Fundamentally speaking. But, and this relates to the fundamental point that I made all the way in the beginning, which this whole conversation really is about resolution and the ability to see. When I'm dealing with these other races of people, if I'm dealing with them in any particular level, the basis is business, whatever. What do you want? You want women? You want money? What do you want? Whatever. But the tone of which I'm dealing with them is predicated fundamentally on a lack of sight. So what that means is that they have this sort of, again, this internal suggestion regarding the nature of what I am, being black or whatever, and the way that they interpret that is automatically you're on your own. You have no sort of subjective, no sort of support in regards to the way that we are going to deal with you. You are completely on your own in terms of how you are going to style this particular venture. The way that this goes is all up to you. And that seems okay for me specifically because I'm just built like that. But at the same time, for a normative person, a normal person should not be subjected under a context
Okay,
where
so
they feel like they
hold on one
have to
second,
walk a thin
Matt,
line in terms of just acquiring basic
and it seems like there's a
resources.
delay. But 1 second, Matt, I just wanted to highlight something, and then you may have preemptively landed, but completely land after I say this. So so you talked about the gravity that Mr. IC3 is putting in this quote unquote spiritual plane of imagination, ideas. The plane that you then very skillfully highlighted is where people actually live, right? People don't live their life being a collection of water and hydrocarbons and stuff like that, right? They live in Storyville. They live in that place of ideas that Mr. IC3 talks about. Okay. And then I ask you, Matt, what are some handles, some tools? Because I like to hold on to things, grab them, move them, shift them. Perhaps rewrite the story, right? Which we'll get to IC3's point of spiritual warfare. And you mention one of these types of tools, or one of these types of handles, or one dynamics, let me just say. There's a dynamic in that space whereby if you have more information than the other person, you have an advantage. And that's what you described in the sense that they are looking at you one way, but you're like, I'm a high level guy. I see through you and I see through whatever. And in this spiritual plane, I have an advantage now, right? I wanted to just highlight that principle. It's a true principle. It's a real principle that if you fashion your life in such a way that you know a little bit more about people than they do about you, it works in the shamanistic world. Let me just say, in my traverses through that plane, I have found that works. Then I'll let you land, Mad, and then we can continue.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's really a matter of information. Gravity, I think, is the most apt word to utilize within this particular context because the basis of gravity is a rather quantitative, is a rather gravity is a qualification of a quantitative phenomena, and the basis of the quantitative is like is that you can't see it but you can feel it, you can sense it, and so you know the basis of the opportunities that I've had within my life across all of these different points, they were there, they were real. The basis of the business and the basis of the interactions were all there, but I'm not going to sit here and lie. All of it relative to who I was dealing with, whether it's Middle Eastern people or whoever, it was all grounded on a sense of a discrepancy of information between me and them. And my ultimate point in support of what IC3 is saying, so to take myself sort of out of the context, is that a normal person should not have to be subjected to that level. Like, basically what I'm saying is a person ought not have to be that smart. A person ought not have to be that competent in order to move through a particular landscape. To further contextualize the nature of this situation in terms of Africa, I think this is the reason I think this is the reason why what Kaizo is saying is important, because it is the case that with what Africa is doing, in some sense, what they're doing is they're operating actually on a very high level, in terms of being able to understand the basis of human trade and what it is that people want, so on and so forth. But the point is that we need light. We need to be able to actually see. We have to be able to actually demarcate the basis of exchange, so that everything becomes fundamentally easy. We can't walk on these thin lines, and set that as an expectation for human interaction. We just can't do that. And that is notable to the point of what Kaiser was talking about when he was talking about corruption. Like that's the basis of corruption, is that we can't see what's actually going on when it comes to the basis of human interaction. In Africa, everyone is too focused within their own individualized perspective. We actually have to create a meta framework that everyone is sort of bounded that everyone is sort of bounded by, right? And then we can introduce the level of chaos, so on and so forth. So
So
yeah, that's ultimately the point that I have to make.
I love it, and then maybe we can get Kaizo to hop in here for a second. I love it. A couple of things. Number one being that, so Mr. IC3, here's the example of what I mean by having your eyes open. In other words, I was saying things about, in a previous conversation, I was saying things about being on my side of the fence versus your side of the fence. And I summarized by saying, look, I can do all these things, very practical things, while still having my eyes open. And I think that Matt put in more your language, in other words, the language of logic and such, these ideas about, okay, how you can have your eyes open. And we highlighted a particular mechanism within this space of quote unquote mind control, that there's that asymmetry of information, okay, is potent. It's almost like a potential difference. Speaking of that gravity, potential energy. But in other words, if you have actual information and you have a model you're working with and the other person doesn't have, they have a disadvantage. And in certain ways, you can see ways in which people are dominated. Obviously, there's a physical form, but you know that the king and his priests and such have secret knowledge, right? Even if they would, maybe they do, maybe they don't, right? But a way in which they dominate you is through this asymmetry of information, right?
Yes.
So we are going out there, we're putting tools in there, and this is where Mr. IC3, I would like to, but I'll go to Kaizo next to see if you have something to say. But my point is, when you start going down your slow road of telling people about blah, 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 and the curse of Ham and with solutions and all that kind of stuff, I'm like, okay, even going into this shaman space, which you refuse to go into, but it's the only space in which, and by shaman space, I mean, this space of of ideas and consciousness and the battle that happens in there. Well, but the second point that Matt made basically is that there is a huge advantage to the group of people whom has this particular model, and says, in particular with regards to what Matt said, the example of Matt being alone, right? Which is also true in the sense that, okay, there's no big infrastructure or construct or generational wealth or whatever what they want to call it backing this other individual, right? While I can assume that blah blah blah. So all that is also quite powerful, right? For one side to have, if you will. But the thing is, Mr. IC3, after doing all this stuff, and I know that I can do this asymmetry game too. I do it in my selling or in my general life, in general, the way I organize my stuff. And even though I know that the average individual doesn't have to, it's unfair that he can do that. I don't see me then turning to them, telling them that the battle is spiritual. If you see my point, it's like, dude, no. So it's like, Mr. IC3, who are you talking to here? Okay,
right. Okay,
you can't even get into the gate of this forest that we're now.
I know.
Okay, so that's why I'm like, look. But anyways, I'm not gonna say whatever conclusions might be drawn from that. But let me take a step back, Mr. Kaizo, and then if not, then go ahead, Kaizo. You can take the baton back and whatever.
Yeah, so it's kind of interesting, right? So I think everyone's saying a lot of stuff, and I think obviously everyone is speaking in their own languages and so as Matt said, convoluted discussion. So I like to interpret what Africans speak, right? I'm the African whisperer. I can, I can change the low IQ frequencies, not low vibration, low IQ frequencies from all these dusty Africans in here, into something that's more, let's say, objective, right? So if you look at his factors here, right? So Matt is talking about basically that Africans have unique properties that we haven't mined yet, specifically an interaction with chaos in real time, an intuition that goes there within that has not been mined yet, right? So, as I mentioned earlier, right? If you look at, let's say, let me use a very low level example here right now, right? When you're moving house from in Africa, right? You have one pickup truck. The Africans will find a way to make everything fit onto that pickup truck. So they have a really, really well developed real time interaction with chaos, and they can make it do what they seek out to do, aka goal, you know, recompensation, right? They can actually make things happen in real time. And then you have what Kulata and Olajide mentioned earlier about basically mining the fact that you can create a system where Chuku, right, the one of the super chatters mentioned, right, you can create a situation whereby high IQ, whatever we define by IQ, right? We're not talking about the white man's premonitions of what IQ means, but a high IQ African individuals can lead the society, create the systems. Then the rest of the Africans, regardless of their IQ, can play in the game because Africans intuitively understand the nature of life, being, business. The difference is, right, as I mentioned earlier, is that the integration between adopting Western systems and standards, simply adopting them as opposed to integrating them and adding / taking away from some unique factors there. It's literally like this, right? A white man is size 10. We are buying a size 10 shoes when we're really size 8.6, right? That's really what's going on here, right? In a very linear example. So we have to find a way to integrate this modernism, postmodernism from the West, right, into our individual, systems and account for those, particularities, right? I think, for example, Africa is more closer to Europe, right? We talk about Norway, Scandinavian in terms of their nature. They're not really communalistic and they're not really capitalistic. There's something that mixes there. The difference is we don't have power to protect our investments, etc. And when you talk about this cost of ham, right? Thing is, most Africans are not even Hamites, right? For example, you dusty Bantus aren't even in the Bible. You didn't exist in the Bible, right? You weren't even there yet. So you're not even Hamites, right? Hamites are the Nilotes, right? They're the dusty North Africans and the so-called Kushites. Bantus or Bantu-related peoples are not even in the Bible. You niggas is not Hamitic. So if there's a curse of Ham, you don't fall under that curse, right? That's the reality. So, Mr. IC3, you need to update your model. Your model is simply wrong. You're not a Nilot and you're not a dusty ass Kushite. You are a Bantoid mixed with the white man. The white man spread his side to accept your reality.
Okay. so okay. So many heavy points there. Right. So let's deal with this. The economics and trade. Right. So this world, this construct that we're in, I only just found out. You might know this already, but I just found out by reading this book that a status. It says that the Abrahamic belief is that a slave cannot own property. If you are slave status, you can own nothing. That is the fundamental. It's just known. That's like a basic. There's no discussion, no argument about that at all. Slave means you cannot own property. Slave status. So combining that with the black ideology and the slave ideology, if they combine those two together, then how will that impact business? So you could be doing what you perceive as trade with another entity. The Africans are doing what they believe is trade. They think that they're trading internationally. But they don't realize that the world sees Africans as they're not people. You're actually the same as the soil. That's how they're seeing you. So basically,
Sorry, can I interject and ask you a clarification question?
yeah.
Is this inherent to Black
Pardon?
African slave? Is this based on just Black African slavery or slavery in general? Because Africans are not the only ones that have been enslaved before, especially chattel slavery.
Yeah, I understand all that, but what you got to understand that this is a world view. So the things that you're saying, yes, they make sense, a good reason, but this is a world view. That means they're only looking at the planet from their perspective. So they're not really
So,
interested in any science or what anything you have to say. They're saying
yeah, but clarify me
in
one
them.
thing. Is this
Go on then.
clarify me one thing? Is this peculiar to just the way they view Africans?
Yes, the whole world construct. That's why it's hard to get our heads around this, and it's hard to fight it because it's a construct. It's engineering, yes, and they live inside the world, and they have their view. So they're looking at you, but because you're not, because you don't share their same value system, your reasoning, you don't really understand. You can't understand. You're talking to somebody. You think you're trading with them. Lots of Africans think that they're trading, yeah, right? But
I get,
let
but
me try and
okay.
explain this. It's difficult to explain because this.
I get the angle you're coming from, right? But when you look at India, I mean, slightly treated better, like indentured servitude. So can you explain to me the current Indian paradox that we have right now? Because when I go to San Francisco, a bunch of all the biggest companies are run by Indians now.
Mhm.
When you even look at United Kingdom,
Yep.
perhaps Ireland, and who
Yep.
knows what will happen in America.
Yeah.
So what changed for them? Because I'm sure they were looked down upon because they were barely treated better than us, fairly, I mean, just to an extent. But now
Right.
things have changed. So how did that change? What can we do for that change? Or this is just just explain that point.
Yes. There's been no change. It's an illusion. There's been no change. Fundamentally, there's the planet, there's the soil, yes, and you can mine. They have their infrastructure. So within their world, their worldview, they have different businesses and operations and organization and so on. So an organization, a corporation, an entity can go out and do some speculation to find gold or diamonds, yeah. And then so they map out the area and they say, oh, we think there's oil or we think there's gold there, and we're going to set up a mine and start to mine the gold. Okay, so it's a mining operation. A corporation is on a project to mine gold, right? But that corporation, which is an aspect of the current world system, right, sees that because blackness is attached to slavery, right, then not only can you mine the soil, you can also mine the bodies, and you can also mine the mind. Yes. So therefore,
Yeah, but I see three. You're right. You can mine the mind, but how come Africa we have the lowest value added human resource? The only thing we've added value to is poverty, right? Oxfam, Save the African Children Foundation. We've added value to poverty, right? That's the only added value commodity that we export, right? It's poverty. How come we can't mine and add value to the actual IQ of the Africans?
right, mine and add value to the mind of the Africans. Okay. Right. So when you mention that word value, you see, value is a product of a society, of a construct. So what the African may see as value, then the anti-blacks or the anti-Africans, they don't see it that way. So your whole perception of what value is, which goes back to the other point I want to say, and what power is, right, is from a different paradigm. It's like when they look at the African, they're looking at the soil, land, resources, and animals. So then you're outside of their world, their worldview. So even though the dog and the cat may have a bed in the house, yes, so the dog knows where to sleep in the house, and then the dog may be behaving as if it's its house, but they're seeing the African as the animal. So because you're in the house, because you're doing business and you're doing trade, you think that you're on par, but you're just being allowed into the system like an animal. That's
let me try to organize because there was a question about the Indians and such, and you say that's an illusion. There's been no change. Part of what you're saying, which landed there at the end, is okay. You're just looking at somebody that got taken out of the garden into a house, and it really doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
And or the relative positions that you guys are in or haven't really changed. You're below them. You're still below them. You think they got elevated a little bit, but no, it's just so I get that point. But and also there's something else that Matt said about the feminine attractiveness of Africa and the feminine nature aspect of Africa too, in terms of that heat sink that I used as a thermodynamic analogy earlier. And I think that this jives with what you're saying about the soil and the animal and the resources, and nothing more. And I think also, Mr. Kaizo, it does jive with the Napoleonic pretensions of such people as Kaizo, whom perhaps want to play with the most. This particular matter has not been dealt with before. In other words, if Africa is as we've constructed, or as Matt has been constructed, in such that black hole chaos sink, to master that and wield that as a weapon, if you will, against its foes or whatever, to be the Genghis Khan of Africa or whatever, would be a treat for these low-level struggling pseudo aristocrats like Kaizo. But anyways, Mr. Kulata, he has answered you by saying that there's no real change. It's just a house Negro thing. What do you think, Mr. Kulata?
I totally disagree. I mean, based on the recent trade deals, even America is signed in with India, anybody will know that those are real. And then, sorry, my kid is playing some instrument in the background, if you hear. Also, like, when you have like people of Indian ethnicity actually running this Western economies, not once, not twice, running the biggest companies in the world. How real does it get? So I don't. I mean, it's more than cosmetic. It's an actual shift, and I think Africans. I mean, the world I live in right now. I mean, it may sound like platitudes, but diversity is one of our sales strategy. God, I hope nobody's listening to me. Because you don't. I mean, the market is big. There's no longer the old school way of looking. I mean, basically saying like Africans are conquered people and the social engineering perpetuates that stereotype. I get all that stuff, right? But if I'm gonna make you money, right? That changes. If I'm gonna grow your power base, that changes. So all that is some old thinking that needs to be transformed, and it's up to us to prove our value the way Indians have proved their values, and then they're getting real benefits. That's my take on it.
Can I address that? So let's explore? Okay, you've set your position. So let's explore together power, what it is, how it's generated in terms of social, and money, what it is, how it's generated, and so on. So you were saying that, yeah, let's start with the visible. Yeah, the visible. Yeah. Oh, look, there's an Indian. He's up there. He's director. Oh, he's prime minister of Britain. Prime minister. He's in the position. He's been given that position, so he's running the country. Okay, all right. Okay, it appears. Okay, and there's many big deals going on left, right, and center. All right. So, so have you noticed that in this world you see that the West, especially, place a great deal of pleasure in well, I don't know what the terminology, humanizing their animals. That they can say, oh, the cat can almost talk, or the cat, they dress the cat up, or they dress the dog up, put the dog in clothes. Yes? So they put their pets, they dress their pets up like humans, give the pets names, and they take great pleasure in how close to human-like behavior their animals, they can get their animals to be. So if you've got a talking dog, your dog can do tricks and understand you better than the other one, then your dog is superior. It's the same model when they used to have capture the Africans, and some of them, they don't always, they're still slaves, but sometimes they dress them up and teach them language, and sometimes they're the closest ally with the elite. They have their boy, they have their African boy, yeah, dressed up in the finest clothes. So they place great pleasure in making something that is an inanimate animate. Yes, a robot that can, it's almost human. Oh, I tricked you. It's a robot actually. Or look at this African here. He's got a PhD, and look how he's dressed. He's almost like us. Come and sit next to us. It's I can't explain. It's great. They get pleasure in getting the proximity, getting something that is not you. So it's almost like God. Let us make man. Yeah, Abrahamics again. Let us make man in our own image. So we are gods. Yeah. So if we can make you, we can make you look like us, but we're still God. That's how brilliant we are. That's how godlike we are. That we can make you almost like us. The nearest proximity. Because that's you've heard that in the Bible. Let us make man in our own image. You've heard that. It's the same thing. So if you're God, you'll express the same kind of they aspire to be gods, and they can be gods in their own world if they construct it in their own construct.
Yeah, but Mr. IC3, they did create what they did. Well, shout out to Dwight Man, right? Dwight Man definitely did something which we haven't been able to do yet. Dwight Man made the natural what we call TE space environment into their kingdom. So they did create their world where they are gods. Then they forced us to participate in their kingdom or goddom, and that's what happened, right? So personally speaking, I don't think that we have any chance unless I become the king of Africa. We don't have a chance, and that's the truth, right? So it's simple as that. So what you niggas need to do is Ike needs to become a billionaire, Mad needs to become a multi-millionaire.
Kaiser, let me interject for a second. Yeah, because I think it was Kulata or somebody. I think it was Kulata who was talking about why can't just a whole bunch of high IQ Black Africans go in and just take everything over. And I think at this point, considering your channel and the depth of the content that we've gone to, I think at this point we would have to start serious. I mean, we have in the past, but we would have to start seriously contemplating the basis of, like, is that actually us? Like, is that actually what's happening right now? Right. So I think when you actually say that, like, you becoming the king of Africa, I don't think that's, irrespective if you were joking or not. I don't think that's a. I think that may actually be the case. I think that may actually be real because, again, I think what you are providing in terms of what you're stating is quite literally the solution here. So
That's right.
Stop scaring the ENTP with TE and stuff like that.
exactly, like the TE
Yeah, but that's
aspects
right.
that you're providing
You're scaring the shit out
is
of them, right?
exactly poignant in this particular case. It just is. So I don't think this is a joke. This might be some,
Exactly. Many
you
a
know.
serious thing is said in jest. That's right. 100%. Many a serious thing is said in jest.
Okay, so before you hopped in, Kaizo, and I don't know because I'm not, I can see the screen. I don't know if you have a new panelist or is that one man or is it
No,
Olajide?
it's a Igbo brother. Go ahead, Igbo brother. You have some questions for us, and then I can, respond.
It's because our leaders are so dumb. Our leaders talk to the West. So our leaders are dumb. Our leaders think they're smart, but they are dumb. Our leaders are not smart. We keep electing these old leaders who don't do nothing to. Let's electing the old guy. But let's stop electing these old leaders who don't care about us. They're playing us like pawns.
Well, there we go. On the point of leadership there and the taking over and all that kind of stuff. But if I take a step back to the last point that Kolata and Mr. IC3 were going back on, it's one of those non-consequential things in the sense that, okay, so you and I and in this room, we can agree on about 99% of the relevant things in this room. There's a box over here, there's a chair over there, there's a ladder over there, blah, blah, blah. And then the question is the intentions of the person that arranged the room. Okay, so the intention, is there real intention and organization behind white racism against Africa? Meanwhile, on all the substantive things, there's no disagreement. You're not saying that the moon is in your backyard or the blah, the blah, the blah, right? So at some point, it's like, okay, what's the point? Even if Mr. IC3 is right with regards to intentions, and you see the intentions as a little bit more of a plethora of things, exchange, blah, 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 not so solid, there's obviously a point wider than, or shall I say, there is a reality that is orthogonal, sufficiently orthogonal from that we still have to contend with. The chessboard looks the same, whether IC3 is correct or I'm, or Kolata is more correct. I find the resolution to be in positions such as mine and Mad, which is, okay, if you are blessed in a particular way and you can have your eyes open, it's great, but we understand that the solution, that this is not a tenable solution for the masses to be in a spiritually lopsided game without where the field is not an even playing field. Hence, their responsibility becomes the question, which is Matt's last point. Right? You're like, you immediately get hit with that responsibility. Therefore, okay. So what are you gonna do?
You see, where I see this, some of the Asian countries were colonized by the West, but why is Asia's country doing good right now? Like Japan, China, they're all colonized by the West, but they're doing so well because they're learning from the mistakes. That's applaudment.
Yep.
I've got to go now, but it's been a great conversation. This is the highest level conversations. Fantastic. Talking about power, economics, morality. Yeah, brilliant. I'll be back.
Well,
I'll be back.
Yeah, but Mr. 93, just before you go, it's not highest level just because of the content, the specific markers, the content is because of the people on the panel, right? So these are the highest
Right,
level people that exist on these sort of platforms. That's why, Mr. IC3. But yeah, go ahead.
That's right.
Enjoy your dolls. I know you're putting your dick inside their mouth. I found it a little dolls.
But you did mention the solution, though. It's going to be like that. It sounds ugly having a ruler empire, but it's going to take that. Actually, that's like the Adam, isn't it? You're the creator. You need an individual that can start a new world. a group of people, because this world is built on with the priests. There's a priesthood. You're right. It's not the ordinary people. It's a priesthood. They come together and they construct the new world.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Take care. I'll see you
Shout
again.
out to you. Yeah, thanks for coming through. Right. So, Mad, for reference, right? This nigga is an INTP. He likes to build his weird little models. Kulata, I don't know what his type is yet. He comes across as TI to me, but I don't know. It could be NI shit too. Sort of.
No, I think
mixed.
I mean I don't see any ANI. Seems pretty TI to me.
Oh, okay, yeah. So it makes sense, right? I see the TI more so, yeah. So yeah, but the IC3 Black, definitely INTP, classic, obsessed with this stupid little TI models. Kulata, I see TI more than I see NI, but I still don't have a clear method of his
And Mad is definitely a tensor, right?
well, yeah, Mad is ISFP.
I mean, with Kulata, I mean, at least from what I've seen, I mean, it's been a couple hours. I mean, all he does is he just lists facts, pretty much. That's what he does. So that's what he does. So that's definitely strong usage of TI. In terms of whether or not he's any second slot or SC, could be either. To be honest, I'm not sure.
But he definitely does not get lost in NE, right? That's the thing. Usually when people are bad with NE, they get lost. They don't know how to respond to it. The guy seems very sort of, organized.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, like he's very like the basis of his responses are always in proportion to whatever is being discussed, and it's always just a fact, always pure facts. That's it. No realization or nothing, just pure facts in proportion to the conversation.
I think NI would have gotten him to that. You mentioned in the chat earlier, Kaizo, shaman. Yeah. Like any kind of NI would immediately get, no matter how low IQ you're going to be about it, you would not just,
But yeah, but definitely respect the guy. Very, very grounded. Very useful guy.
Very smart, very, very fact oriented, and just proportional. Just very simple. Like me, I was going on ideas and heady, all up in the clouds. But so.
Yeah, I mean, I like the term.
You know what? Let me just say, maybe it's just been a while. No, I think actually, Mad, you were not bad.
This time,
and this is an adjacent point, really, and I'm not sure. This is just one data point so far regarding the way you speak. Here, I saw perhaps, and even you struggled to do it. Hence, you're putting in effort to actually create smooth 3D graphics as opposed to a scattershot of points when you're doing your. And the scattershot of points kind of sounds more TI-like, that kind of language. If they're that which is negated, all that kind of talk.
I think you're referring to the slit experiment, right? It didn't just shoot things randomly. It seemed like it was somehow shooting points and then kind of building a 3D image, rather than It's very, very mad. That's good. That's a good point, right? It means you're beginning to now stop being just stuck at the high level. You're now able to actually integrate at us level as well. Right? For example, Mr. IC3 is stuck. He's actually stuck at the spiritual level. He doesn't know how to get to the ground level. You used to be stuck on the high level, but now I think you're able to sort of walk within the different levels of abstractions and be comfortable with it, right? Before you get into that low level, you get tired. You'll be like, oh shit, I'm not stepping on the mud. I'm not stepping on the African sewage system. You go back into the high level. So yeah, I think what I can saying is true.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. I mean, I was the basis of the conversation. I was consciously trying to be, I don't know, just integrated within the flow of the discussion. That's mainly what I was trying to do. So
yeah, it's good. Definitely. If Ike's noticed it, then Ike is the best notice. Oh shit! All right. I was gonna put him next to that Marvel superhero, the one that beats people up. Well, all of them do that, but the one with a little stick. But anyways, it's irrelevant right now.
I mean, I'll say, like, when it comes to IC3's point, I think it is fundamentally real, though. Like, I think
it is real.
I don't think anybody. I'm not saying you guys are saying
There's even SI points to literally agree with him. The Arabs and the Israelis met up, wrote what do you call that shitty book that the Israelis made? The Cabal? No, the other one. God damn, my brain doesn't work. All right. They literally wrote books and started saying that Africans are low IQ and they got a big dick, penis and shit. And they say, oh, it's curse of ham. Everything he's saying, although spiritual, is actually supported by SI. Right? It's all real shit.
Right.
What's the
But
name?
yeah. And it's like, I think I guess with me and Ike particularly, it's like, because I think I won't even say me, although I can support. I think with Ike particularly, like he Ike was like, man, this is really some BS, because I mean Ike is a 6'4" albino, fucking high, like, Ike is an extremely calibrated but extremely distinctive human being, right? So it's like, if anybody had to face the basis of this sort of pressurized downward stigma, it would obviously have to be him. But naturally, I mean, obviously Ike is extremely successful and everything like that. So it just is the case that while this spiritual stuff is real, like it fundamentally is real, the basis of its impact is just not enough to instantiate any level of credence towards the explanation for why things are happening in the world.
Yep. So Kaiser, let me talk to Israel for a second. So you gotta take over your
Okay.
show.
Yeah, shout out to Israel. But yeah, Ike is definitely 6'4". Yep, and he's making over 700K. Yeah, maybe more. Who already knows? So definitely.
So actually, so I think this is good now, because the thing is that I never really, within the discussion, we never really hit on like the point that I was trying to make in terms of, like, my fundamental point was about light. It was about showcasing the basis of of everything that's fundamentally going on. So what do you actually think about that, right? It's like, I think, like, on this channel a lot, we focus on the prospect of Africans having like a talent issue or something of that nature. But the main issue that I see is an issue with showcasing the basis of ability, but also just the showcasing and making known the nature of what they are, if that makes sense, right? Like, I feel like the real problem here from an economic standpoint is the lack of willingness to actually showcase and represent um the people, what they are, the strengths, their faults, their abilities, and how that implicates within an economic model, right? Because again, when we differentiate them in relationships to Asian people, that's what Asian people fundamentally do.
Matt,
Is that they?
You're 100% correct. And let me add something here, and it's a point that I previously made. Unfortunately, Africa we adopted, and we're still adopting Western systems and psychology onto our economic, and also let's say extending it to the legal or judicial systems, right? I'll give a very, very perfect example right now. In Kenya, Mike Ross from Suits?
You said who?
Mike Ross from Suits, the guy who had fake lawyer, great lawyer, etc. We literally have a real life Kenyan example, right? And I actually know this guy. This was actually my first lawyer before. Anyway, let me not say anything more. This guy basically has been accused of stealing another lawyer's identity, so the same name, and he's also won 26 out of 26 cases that he's done. And I've seen him, right? The guy is very good at TI, very good at FE, and very good at NX. So the guy most likely is an ENTP type. He's beat literally every single prosecutor, 26 out of 26 cases. Now, if Africa was thinking on the Chinese level, right, rather than thinking on the Western system where they've just adopted shit, right, they would think, this is not a shitting on the judicial system. This is a talented man who should be protected and given the chance to reach his potential. Unfortunately, he's being prosecuted. Now, I think he's going to win because he's got one of the best lawyers. But you get the point, right? We're not thinking in a like nation building, from scratch bases like the Chinese did to get to this level where we're thinking at the spirit of Western civilization, whereby we inherited their systems without thinking specifically about all these things such as corporate espionage, stealing. You get the point that I'm saying here, right? It's our framework is a little bit off. We're too tethered into the spirit of Western civilization. I don't mind adopting Western civilization, but we shouldn't adopt their spirit. The spirit should still be African, as you mentioned, but we utilize their skills and technology as tools. Right? This nigga should be out here supported by the government, not prosecuted, for example.
100% true. And the point that you made in terms of the Mike Ross and then also the situation with the lawyer, like perfectly highlights and illustrates like what I'm talking about. It's kind of like the real situation that's happening here is that there's all this ability or whatever, but it's not even that. There's because it's particularly like with the person that you mentioned, and even like with Mike Ross in the show. Not only is he talented, but there's a deep level of distinctiveness concerning him in the show, in that he has like this. I think he has like a photographic memory, right? He has like a photographic memory or whatever. And then in terms of like the person you talked about who's a lawyer, right? It's like him being a great lawyer, that's one aspect. But what's weird is what would drive someone to steal someone's identity and then go become an extremely successful lawyer? Like, why would you do something like that, right? That's extremely distinctive. And then when you look at African people in general, they're extremely distinctive. It's like the basis of this distinctiveness needs to be clearly highlighted, and it needs to be demarcated, and it needs to be blatantly represented to African people amongst themselves, but also to the world in general, so that we can just figure out what to do. I mean, we're just talking about the parameters to be able to start any semblance of action.
Yeah,
Right?
ignore that. Sorry.
It's
you're
cool.
100% right.
Yeah, we're not even talking about how to create the best civilization ever. We're literally just talking about both, like, in order to even start the basis of an economic model on any level of axiom, we need to know the nature of the people that we're dealing with. And what you said, it just seems as though they are, and we can juxtapose this again with Asian people, right? With African people, they're adopting these Western models, whatever, so on and so forth. Whereas when you look at Asian people, when you look at the basis of how they run their whatever, Asian people are they are extremely grounded within the context of their own people. It's like to a level that doesn't even make sense. Like for example, like I'm not even going to get into the examples, but you know what I'm saying, right? Like they are extremely grounded within the identity of their own people to a level that's absolutely vicious. I'm not saying that Africa should do all that, but my point is that with Africa, there's just absolutely no semblance of identity other than at the level of tribes. At the level of tribes, they have their own identity, so on and so forth. But I mean, that doesn't count. That's too small.
Yep, 100%. Yeah, 100%. Let's just watch this and I'll respond to your point. Boy, they only wear it at the Supreme and High Courts. In the magistrate courts, they don't wear it. It's not a must either, like Nigeria and other countries. You cannot wear it if you don't want to. You don't have to wear it. Actually, they're trying to make it illegal to wear it now. That is still in the court, right? It's in the Supreme Court right now. But yeah, they will be getting rid of it. But yeah, that's only in the Supreme Court that they wear that stuff. The rest of the courts, they don't wear it.
Now, the Law Society of Kenya has flagged a quack advocate who has been operating within Nairobi and the Thika law courts. Brian Mwenda has handled high-profile cases in court despite not having a certificate to practice.
Funny thing, if you check TikTok, all the women want him. They're like, oh, he's good looking. They're seeing that this nigga is extremely high level and they all want him.
This law. The Law Society of Kenya disclosed that Brian Mwenda impersonated an advocate, Brian Twiga, who is an actual member, and infiltrated the LSK portal to make the changes. Marianne Nyambura reports.
Your Honor, my name is Brian Mwenda. Brian Mwenda.
This proceedings captured at the Makadara Law Courts by KTN a few months ago.
I would like to bring the court to the attention of the affidavit, the supporting affidavit of CIP Kemboi
shows Brian Mwenda's confidence and effectiveness in court.
To number 4.
Yep, the guy is actually very well spoken. All that stuff that most Kenyan lawyers don't have. He's got TI, he's got he's got good enough SI to sort of proceed. Anyways, the guy's won 26 out of 26 cases. Right, so he's beat every other prosecutor and dusty-ass lawyer because he's good at his job, right? So Kenyan government should be using this guy to the extent that he's extremely talented.
Number 4, indicates paragraph 4.
His aura of authority and command, hiding his lack of credentials to engage the court at advocate level. The Law Society of Kenya has outed Brian Mwenda as a fake advocate.
We can confirm that we do not have an advocate by the masquerader Brian Mwenda. What we have is another advocate by the name Brian Mwenda Nthigwa, who was admitted in 2022 but had not taken out a practicing certificate.
LSK revealed that they got wind of Mwenda's deception in September this year when the fake advocate stole the identity of Brian Mwenda Ntwiga, who was admitted to the bar in August 2022. According to LSK, the advocate did not require a practicing certificate since he worked at the Office of the Attorney General. LSK, in a statement, said Brian Mwenda attempted to log into the LSK portal and apply for a practicing certificate, and even alerted the ICT personnel when he was denied access to the membership portal. The LSK teams would then notify him that the details recorded in the system did not match his.
There will be consequences for his identity fraud. There will be consequences for his masquerading as an advocate. And he faces a lengthy period in jail because we have enough evidence to nail him for the offenses that he has committed.
Brian Mwenda has been practicing as a...
Yeah, like I said, that's the issue with African countries, man. Like, find talented people like this, go ahead, put them in positions where they can use their skills, right? This is high level, right? No one is perfect, but this is high level enough. He did enough, and he added value to and showed his skills, right? You dusty ass niggas need to stop thinking, oh, right, the white man's systems and laws and rules are all that there is. No, there's something called corporate espionage, right? These are the niggas that you want to be able to go into other countries, pretend to be some kind of high level CEO, or no CEO, COO, etc., chief of operations, things like that. Then they can steal the information. Guys, YouTube. I'm a comedian, right? I am a comedian. So I'm not telling anyone to go around committing corporate espionage, right? I'm just a funny guy on YouTube. My IQ is 75 according to my country's national database, right? So do not listen to me, what I'm saying right now. So shout out to you. Exactly. And also for Alexis over there, shout out to copyright disclaimer under section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, which is what we're doing, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, research, exactly, and reaction. Very good. Alexis, you are actually a good woman, man. You're finally reaching the high levelness. That's why you will never lose your wrench, while these other dusty ass mods will always lose their wrench, right?
An advocate of the High Court and handled numerous cases, including high-profile legal matters. On the second day of October, for instance, he made his way to the Thika Law Courts, where a land fraud case was ongoing in Court 1. Mwenda sought to be enjoined in the case as an advocate for the victims.
Munasikia, lakini mmeelewa. Mr. Mwenda, you're burning to say something.
I, however, couldn't address the court because the IOE informed me that they have a chairman, and the chairman had not consented to me watching brief for the complainants.
Yes.
I, however, had the consent of the one that is leading, the ones that are in court.
Okay.
The Law Society of Kenya wants him to be apprehended and charged for committing crimes related to impersonation.
As of now, we would want to first urge him to present himself to the nearest police station because even if he runs, he cannot hide.
According to LSK president,
so he's already presented himself, he's been charged. And guess what? Mike Sonko is on his side, one of Kenya's most prolific politician, as well as the so-called best celebrity lawyer, Danstan Omari, right? Shout out to him. He's also Kisi. Shout out to the Kisis out here doing the big things over there, right? So niggas most likely gonna find a way out of this, right, through some technical means.
Eric Theuri. Brian has reportedly associated with lawyers and advocates in various instances over the years, creating a rapport with them, and is constantly seen attending LSK meetings, where his strong personality played out. In this amateur video, Brian is caught up in an altercation with police, and he introduces himself as an advocate.
An aura of reliability, and people felt that he is an advocate until when we discovered that he is not.
Yeah, so look, here's the thing, right? I understand, and this is the issue with the Western system. The Chinese don't do this, Japanese and Russians don't do this, right? Qualification under some retarded metrics is not the same as actualization, right? Actualization is different from qualification. Sure, they relate with each other. There is some statistical value there, right? There is, but it's not the same thing, right? That's the reality. The reality is simply with results, right? If you do an experiment, you don't go around saying, oh, this thing should do this, and then just leave it there. No, you look at the reality of the experimental outputs, right? This nigga is good at law. He is good at winning cases. Very good, actually. 26 out of 26 cases is crazy, right? And he's qualified in terms of reality. The issue here is whether he's qualified by the bar and whether he finished the school or not, right? People claim he went to law school, just couldn't be bothered to finish it, right? This is a high IQ, high level individual that is good and very talented at specifically what he does. Like, why did he fake his identity? So that he can go immediately start making money. In Africa, it takes a long time to go through the school system and all that stuff. He just wanted to start making money immediately. Going through the school system is pointless, right? For example, every boy, you could ask me the same question. Why did I not do my master's? Why did I skip my master's and do my PhD? I didn't want to waste time. I wanted to go straight into it, right?
Not an advocate.
In a statement shared on social media, KOTU Secretary General Francis Atwoli pledged support for Brian Mwenda, adding that the government should hasten the process of launching the recognition of prior learning policy, which seeks to acknowledge the skills and competencies of individuals who are in the formal or informal sectors. Mirianya.
Oh, look, so there is someone who is actually high IQ and understands everything that I've just stated and is literally in complete congruence with everything I've stated there, right? I haven't seen this video before, so this guy here on the left, definitely high IQ, and just saying everything I've said, right? In a very, very small manner. But anyways, we go ChatGPT. Is that you, Dath? I don't know who it is, but go ahead. The floor is yours. You can speak. Are you there to ChatGPT? Yeah or nay? Okay, it looks like ChatGPT is not unmuting or anything. But yeah, Matt, what do you think so far of this specific case and the generalizations that can be stated from it?
I think I mean, do you want me to just talk about it like specifically or to relate it?
Anyhow.
Okay. I think I may talk about it probably. I think I'll relate it within the scope of like a general sort of human perception, right? I think that's probably how it related. So it's kind of like within this particular situation, the proportional response is exactly what you stated, exactly what that particular secretary has stated, which is like, you know, okay, like he didn't really do anything that bad, and like the basis of what he did, the appropriate response is to salvage the talent that he has showcased. Like obviously the wrong thing to do is to put him in jail. Um, and so when it comes to this sort of common basis of sort of human perception, this is the level of operation I feel as though Africa is fundamentally not on. This is the line, this is the level of consciousness that as a whole Africa fundamentally is not on for whatever reason. I don't think it's that deep, but the point is that they are not on this fundamental line. We can talk about the basis of Arab people, Asian people, white people. We can talk about the basis of victimization, whatever. But there is just this common level of perception where people look at what is the case, and there's just a common sense resolution that just pops up in terms of what to do about the situation. I feel like that's ultimately what I've been offering within this particular discussion, is just kind of like, yeah, I mean, the data is just clear. African people don't want to be branded within a context where they're sort of like high end, superpower, high tech, whatever, hyper sophisticated, whatever. That's cool. That's actually fine. They want to be operative at a level where they're seen as a sort of, um, motherland, feminine energy, physical gifts, whatever you want, you can get everything you want. That's completely fine. But the basis as to why they have no power and they're suffering in the ways, because, and when I mean suffering, I still hold to the point that Africa is not really poor. I know that that's what people think, but it's not really the case. But the basis of where they are suffering is that African people really are impacted by the fact that everyone in the world thinks that they're absolutely broke. I see this consistently, that African people do feel actually very bad about this. And it makes sense. But the point is that the basis for them to change this is that they're going to have to go within themselves and formalize economic structure that is predicated on their own internal needs and wants and talents and so on and so forth. And the other thing as well is that in some sense the basis of what Africa occupies, they occupy a rather feminine sort of spirit. And I think maybe there's a point there where the basis of occupying a feminine image in some sense is quite sensual. It can be almost sort of embarrassing. Again, like the basis of how I would qualify a feminine image is like you have a woman that has a really big butt, big breasts, right? Beautiful face. It's like the basis of that image. I understand that the basis of that image exists in a very low resolution context, right? Like we can't be stupid, right? Like the basis of that image lives in a low resolution context. I understand that. But inevitably it still has to be, if that is the image that African people want to reside in, that's the image that they're going to have to sit in, and they're going to have to consciously accept and render. And if they don't want to move in relationship to that image, then they can move in relationship to a more masculine image that is sort of less sensual, less embarrassing, and that is easier to sort of barter and trade with. So the point is that everything is pretty much up to them. There just isn't any objective basis for anyone in the world to be able to stop them if this is fundamentally what they want to do.
What's up, everybody?
Oh, it's
What's up?
the herdsman.
Yeah.
Wait, actually, you guys might be from the same country, by the way, just to let you know, Flexed Up.
Yeah, we are. So, what's up, Dr. Mad? I was gonna say, are you
Hello.
mad like the state of being, or are you mad like the fruit?
I mean, my name's Madiop, so I just put Mad just because, like, I don't know. It's just easy. I don't know.
Okay, I thought you was referring to the fruit. I don't know if you know are familiar, but
No, I'm not.
I think that the problem is credentialism as tradition. I think that Africans have adopted Western credentialism as tradition, and the issue with that is credentialism is something that sets in once you've reached a certain level of development. So really, it's a privilege in a way, you know. So I think that we don't have the systems, but we value credentials, and that's very counterproductive. You know, we're kind of putting the cart in front of the horse in that way. Even like when it comes to economy, Africans follow what the West told them to do. You know, so basically it's like, well, you know, we're doing everything not everything, but we're doing things relatively right. You know, the Western economists told us to do such and such, so we adopt that. We don't really look at, like you guys were saying earlier, the you know, the factors that differentiate us from others in their development paths, and then we just kind of hit the wall and look around and we're like, oh wow, we're in this position, but we did things correctly. Oh, and then now you try to point the finger at various things, right? So I think that's really the phenomenon, the adopting what people say as tradition rather than looking at what people do and looking at the mechanisms that, um, you know, basically looking at the mechanisms that, you know, really looking at the mechanics of the systems that they put together and um, how you know, pretty much you know, is you know, pretty much how it's just put together by other groups. Like for example, the Asians. We don't know, like I don't know what a democratic Asia looks like. You know, like at large. You know, like I don't know. Maybe if they would have adopted that system, they wouldn't be where they are today. They'd be in a maybe a in a low IQ position. You know, so that's just pretty much what I wanted to add.
Hey, Kaizo, and also maybe flexed up. One of the things I heard regarding, well, it's been said a number of times in this conversation regarding the feminine aspect there of the African image. So I was wondering if there's any other examples of feminine civilization. I don't think that a feminine civilization can immediately choose to go masculine. Masculine is perhaps related to, in this particular case, something which we discussed regarding, let's say, the Jewish, you know, the small hats, whatever. We talked about a viral like nature of it, right? It literally can inseminate other cultures. And in order to be viral that way, you need to have like a core of information, just like the virus is. This is basically like a nuclear, you know, it's got this nuclear information, right? A DNA. So it's about culture that's written, codified. In other words, everything opposite from the feminine African, whatever, sensual stuff, right? So I don't see it being tenable to all of a sudden becoming this guy that wrote stuff down for thousands of years and debated it and has this very core transferable information virus-like, hence masculine in this case, uh, culture. What are your thoughts about that, Kaizo? Any examples of the feminine, what the feminine can do, or does the analogy break down at this point as far as
No,
usefulness?
it doesn't break down because the feminine, okay, the feminine energy can be used in real time. We mentioned this before, right? Tactical TI, right? Tactical logic, right? They can do real things in the moment, and even perhaps have a higher resolution, right? Because that's what Matt was talking about. Difference in revolution. He didn't specifically state one is higher or lower, given the context of, whether you go back or forwards, right? Um, the feminine can have extremely high resolution in the real time sort of abstraction of looking at exactly what you want and limiting of perspectives. But the moment you expand it, you try to create system and organize structure from it, it breaks down. So the issue here with African people, unfortunately, is a feminine spirit, right? We have this communalism spirit. We have this spirit of wanting to do things in too much chaos, and we don't want to standardize chaos into something that is less perhaps predictable. I'll give you a very example, right? My girlfriend, right? I keep telling her, right? If you go to these big supermarkets, you can only get the blueberry or the chocolate chip muffins. She's like, oh no, she gets a crazy idea. She's like, oh, I'm gonna get the coconut one. I'm like, it's not gonna be good. Right? Obviously, she gets it today. She bites into it. Doesn't taste good. Right? The feminine doesn't generalize shit and doesn't create organized structures. It actually thinks organizing things reduces the experience. Because one of the things that Mad mentioned, and I think is our issue, is we want to be too much. It's the issue with all indigenous, many indigenous tribes and systems. We don't want to do the hard work. We don't want to go through the path of least resistance, right? Even Philip Rushton, that racist psychometrician, right? He stated that when he put the IQ test in front of South African blacks versus the whites and the Indians, the blacks, even if they could answer the questions, they found that it hurt their brain physically. Meaning Africans, we are with the feminine, we want to have the path of least resistance in the moment, yet ignoring the generalized spatial, right? First time we use that word actually. Transspatial considerations, aka organized systems and structures. So I don't think it breaks down like not really at any relevant level.
Okay. So no other. So indigenous peoples are the other example. So in other words, all the losers of the world are these feminine stuff. Okay, great.
How do you? So let's say, okay, like you're saying, okay, Africans are very in the moment, right? With the thinking. That's essentially what I'm getting from this, right? So how do you build a system around that? Like, let's say, okay, they can't change. This is what they are. How do you build a system that can at least make these people productive? How do you do this?
Yeah. So the question I think you're asking is, okay, if you're really asking the how, that's a hard question that really will require me to think. But if you're asking which systems would allow that to happen, that's a separate question, right? So I'll answer that question first, and I'll try to answer the how afterwards, right? The systems that would enable this is you change the okay, so you demarcate between the dusties and the average African, maintaining the little who is more important than what you know versus what you can provide culture. That's fine. The dusties can continue that way, but the levels of government systems and structures need to be more similar to what Nigeria did with Dangote. It needs to be based on these are all the value propositions that we have stated. Me as a Supreme Court judge cannot just simply be about the truth and spirit of the law, which you inherited, and you're even wearing stupid ass wigs from chlamydia shit from France and Europe. Into this is a high level representative of the nation state with nationalism ingrained in this decision making. You get the point. So the high level people in high level positions of power and influence must be high level, right? The demarcation to select them should be based on, again, I don't care if someone, I know Ike, so Ike's daughter comes and works in my company. That's irrelevant. Ike's daughter just has to be competent, right? So competent-based structures at the decision-making level, and the rest of the dusties can continue with their own decision-making because it's irrelevant how you get the point. So you create a demarcation between the two systems there, at least two, right? But how are we going to do that? That's a very difficult question. I don't know how. Right, but I can tell you what.
So, Flexed, you asked the question.
Guys will run away.
Yep, I'm here. I'm just driving.
Yeah, you asked the question. I wonder if you have any ideas as to how or and such. If I continue just blindly with the analogy, it'd be like, okay, well, how's a woman supposed to come up in the world, right? So
you answered it. She has to come up. Yeah,
there you go. You gotta be inseminated by.
Backwards, man. Yeah, be like Nigeria or Kenya, right? You're right, Ike, right? We are the bitches of the world, right? We need to understand what that means. There's also power in being a bitch, right? So use that bitch assery in the right, correct way, right? For example, Kenya. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so that's one aspect. It's still on the systemic level in terms of like the kinds of ways that by systemic in this case, just kind of big picture aggregate. Then in terms of the, and I like, then you talk about the formulation of an elite, which is always necessary for any kind of endeavor like this, and you say that this elite is going to be quote unquote actually elite, so you're talking about ruled by a smaller population. The thing about this kind of experiment is the people below, whom are a major factor here. Okay, these people whom are right in the moment, want what they want it right now. They're not going to form into Voltron anytime soon or never, right? These people need to you need to find some temporary source of milk and honey to give them. You better come with that milk and honey, right? Or you're just or the most brutal kind of suppression you've ever seen. Okay, it's one or the other. Okay, it's one or the other. It's either you got that milk and honey flowing for like 50 years, or you're coming in just killing everybody and just establishing this elite crazy system. I think one is less desirable than the other. And I wouldn't put a 50-year limit on that milk and honey thing, because at that point you'll have to find a different thing. I think that this kind of a system is fundamentally more chaotic. If it's the heat sink, the chaos zone of the world, and great. You can't expect it to all of a sudden become stable. So 50 years of milk and honey will allow you to set up certain systems and have perhaps people believe enough in the connection of these systems with their milk and honey, such that in the times of famine, there's some continuity with regards to institutions, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, so you've actually brought an interesting point, and I'm gonna give credit to the people proponents, right? We got Darth, he's a proponent of respecting the masses. Also Sarah, right, with her what I call Njarian logic. Njar is a Swahili word for hunger, right? So Njarian logic, right? Njarian logic here might actually be the case, right? You manipulate the masses by giving them what they need, right, in real time, and while you're considering this mimesis theory of taking a little bit away, giving them more, and playing that game for the long time. 50 years, right? The Bible talks about, is it 1,000 years of reign of Yeshua Christos, whereby he's in charge. I think that is the case, right? It's millennia is 1,000 years, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
So basically, you're borrowing. IC3 should get together, man. You both believe in the same logic. 1,000 years of rule, in your case, 50 years of rule, uninhabited by dusties, and you have an elite structure that is actually functioning and creating the model for this representation. I think that might work. So you guys have gone to the how. I kind of refuse to answer that question. I told you what would work. The how part, I think, okay, so flex up. The how is always the same, right? Someone needs to get in either a powerful government position, get rich, fund the right people, play some Machiavellian games until they have the power and they can maintain the power. I think that's it. I don't like the SI of the whole TE stuff, Ike. I think you realize this, right? To me, that is it's a path length that I don't want to go into. Get power by getting money, knowing powerful enough positions, getting enough, playing a dirty game, knowing who fucked whose wife in the political stage and the judges and all that shit, and knowing the right generals to initiate moves at the right time. These are concepts, right? I'd rather deal with hows in terms of concepts rather than the specific SI aspect.
Ed White Manu.
So what were you saying earlier about remittances?
Don't know what happened to Kaiser. But Kaiser was basically noting that if we take Nigeria, for example, there's $20 billion of remittances sent back by the diaspora to Nigeria every year. So with regards to how do you get out of the economic funk monetarily, well, take some prescriptions that could be garnered from modern monetary theory. You print $20 or $20 billion equivalent in your country, give it to the dusty people, or shall we say, allocate it in such a way that you plan on growing with that, because it's typically, you're going to take the dollars, right? You take those $20 billion and use it as a way of growing such that you can actually afford to pay back. So it's almost like printing money in a certain sense. Whether you're printing money or you're taking credit, it is a bet on the future. Now, what you do with that money and such that you can guarantee that you get it back, or you're not just going to go to waste and blah blah blah, is the question, right? And then the question was like, well, if you haven't proven yourself to have done stuff on the lower level, emergent, grassroots level, why do you think this kind of high level, I'm going to pre-plan a $20 billion cash grab, take it into my economy because I'm going to grow the economy by that much, right? It was the general thrust of that conversation.
Thank you
Well,
for
hang on. Before you answer the
summary.
question, do you understand what I said, right, about the whole, remittance and money and shit? Or do you want me to
What the hell?
explain?
I just said, and you're asking.
I know,
Go
but
ahead, Flex Up.
It was pretty
Flex Up is
straightforward.
the Fulani, right? So go ahead.
You're funny, but no, it was very straightforward. I guess at that point you need a level of transparency to make sure that the value isn't squandered, right? So, like we always talk about, like for example, like blockchain. Maybe you need like a blockchain bond of some sort, or something that people.
Wait, hang on, Flexed Up. Just before you
Go ahead.
continue, that's a good point Ike is making. So blockchain, something with transparency, aka non-fungible device, right? So let's coin that term here, non-fungible device. Go ahead, Flexed Up.
Yeah, so we just need an instrument so that our resources could be actually be allocated towards what they should be going towards. Look at like the Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, right? How much did that cost? What, like $1 billion? Like how much did that cost? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't know the exact amount, but I can research it and tell you. But continue making your argument.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know how they did. I don't know the level of transparency for that project, but maybe that's something that should be looked into. I'm gonna take a look at. I'll take a look at that in a minute. But just having a pooling funds, and making sure that we can be transparent. I think if we can do those two things, we can at least get the infrastructure in place.
$4.6 billion. And actually, the money came from either diasporans or rich Ethiopians who had monies in dollars, right? Because the project required dollars, the euro dollars, to actually, buy stuff from China so that they can build it. Because, they didn't take any debt. Chinese people were paid to do the job, but it meant that Ethiopian engineers and high-level officials are also in charge. So it was interesting. Yeah, so $4.6, mostly euro dollars. Basically, they did what we're saying right now, Flexed Up, but in a slightly different time complexities, right? So I think you've noticed, right? The time complexity here is we are taking the debt directly from the people as opposed to taking a debt from the people without telling them that we're taking a debt from the people. So that is a time complexity aspect. So Flexed Up, I think this case, you are right. This is easier and perhaps more, I don't know, less negative to the economy because you're taking money from people abroad and money that wasn't doing anything or just say in a bank or somewhere as a post. But also this requires much more in-depth, let's say, coordination.
Yeah, and of course, like the incentives are there because of course, I'm sure the Ethiopians are accruing some level of interest on those bonds. So it also solves I guess the incentive part. I guess the issue is it's really the transparency part. The transparency, and of course, the will to coordinate at that level.
Yeah. So let me give context here as well in terms of this as part of MMT. Kenya does buy a very substantial, right? Substantial is a relevant word, right? They buy a lot of energy from Ethiopia, specifically from that dam, which is already producing energy. So if Ethiopia does this, right? And again, so what we know here is that you have to choose a sector that is consumable, right? Whatever that means. Either you add some crazy ass tech and you think of the exponential gain, but something that can, is renewable, or you can sell, frequently, or either that or export in massive other countries. You get the point, right? You have to choose something that allows exponential value. So this one is linear, but it's temporal, right? Kenya, Somalia, Eritrea, Djibouti, all these countries are going to need electricity so they can sell and also earn so-called Eurodollars from this system. And again, we're assuming that we haven't developed our own East African currency, right? You have to assume axiomatic specifics. Otherwise, you're talking BS. Yeah, so yeah, that's a good point, Flexed Up. I don't know if you want to respond to that, Ike.
Oh no, the blockchain bond is always nice, non-fungible device. Good stuff. But where are the East Africans at? I came here for the Somali
Bro,
women.
you'll never see a Somali come in on a high-level conversation. I think you know this,
Wow.
right? Like they're only going to come in if you're talking about people's noses, people's features and shit. Like you won't hear like it is what it is, right? That's why we're thankful as Kenyans that no matter what happens, we know that we'll be higher IQ than them. Now the Ethiopians is a different case. They're poor, but they're many. So unfortunately, I think Ethiopia will be the largest economy, both in GDP and GDP per capita in the next 10 years. But the Somalis, thank God, thank Allah that they are
In
what
East
they
Africa,
are.
you mean?
Yeah, in East Africa. Yeah. No, in Africa. Yeah. 20 years, Ethiopia will be one of the largest economies, at least top 3. You work with Ethiopians, right? You know, the highest level of them work relatively well, right? And they don't have that evil Kenyan spirit of the white man, right? Kenyans experience a certain level of comfort. So Kenyans just want money. They have this greedy, bottomless pit spiritual energy, right? Instead of being thankful for what they have, they just keep wanting more and more and more. You can't work with them, right? They're like that professor. Like that's a typical Kenyan spirit, right? Over there. So, as I stated earlier, unfortunately, I think Ethiopia will be the richest country, one of the 3 richest countries in the world. They got they're going to have 150 million plus people in the next 10 years. We work with Ethiopians. We know how these people are at the highest level. So, Kenya is only the richest East African country because we got lucky. That's it. Somalis, thank God, they're low IQ, but Ethiopians, that's a separate issue, man. Same with the Tanzanians. It is what it is, man.
Where's the
But
dusty one, man?
isn't
I'm sorry.
Tanzania growing pretty quickly at the moment?
I guess you go.
Yeah, someone says Chilani, DEI. I thought Somalis were omnipresent. No, Somalis will not come up to high IQ conversations. You know, it is what it is, right? Like Fulanis, I don't know, man. Like they are probably herding some men somewhere. Flexstuff is probably out there. He's probably Uber driver, Ubering some men, right, across the state lines.
No, I'm just driving right now. I'm not with anybody. But I was asking before, is Tanzania aren't they
Man,
growing
that
pretty
economy.
quickly?
No. Tanzania is growing way too quick, bro. Unfortunately, right? Tanzania has a higher population than Kenya. Ethiopia also does, and I think Kenya is like the second largest. No, sorry. Kenya is the 3rd largest country by population in East Africa. It's Ethiopia, then Tanzania, then it's Kenya, and then I believe Uganda and Somalia, and they're the dusties. So Tanzania, the difference in Tanzania is this, right? Tanzania Tanzanians are slow, right? These mixed breed by Arab Bantus, they're kind of slow, right? They like to have fun. The heat is like Lagos, right? I don't understand how Lagos people are faster. So it's very hot. I think, Ike, you remember when I was in Kilifi, right? That place is hot. It's just hot, right? You can't do anything, right? The moment you go outside, you're already tired. Even in your own room, you feel like you don't want to work, right? It's hot. So Tanzania has that, kind of slowness to it. However, Tanzanians have that honesty to them compared to Kenyans. Kenyans are like the Nigerians of East Africa. They're fast, they're compared to everybody else, and they're good at business, but they're kind of dishonest. Tanzanians are very honest. So what that means is foreign investment comes in much easier in Tanzania. Right now, they actually won their higher level right now than Kenya on the ease of doing business index. So what that means is in the next few years, Tanzanians are going to keep getting more foreign investment. When money comes through Kenya, Kenyans are so money hungry that they want to steal everything. Right. Recently, a simple example is a South African trade dealer on gold. Right. He claims his gold ores were stolen. there's actually evidence of this and stuff, right? I just use the word claim because it's in the courts, right? His gold was stolen, and some Kenyans were telling him he had to pay extra amount of tax. Kenyans don't think longevity wise on how a system can be maintained. Tanzanians are just not thieves by their nature. So unfortunately, I think Tanzania's economy is going to be higher than Kenya's. It's growing. The economy is growing faster than us, and they're not
So
thieves on
how did it?
international level.
So I guess I need to do more research. But so how did they go from being much more socialist to having an easier business
Kenya,
environment than Kenya?
right now, great question, right? If you look in Kenya, right, the Somalis like to brag, oh, Kenyan maids. No, the Somalis are using either Tanzanian or Ugandan maids, right? Ugandans and Tanzanians, specifically Tanzania, right? These are foreigners, these maids that they're using in these countries, right? So Tanzanians came to Kenya, right? Especially the Maasais. They were the huge population in Kenya right now doing business. They go back and they explain to their people that you can make money in other countries. So they're the true passport bros, right? Tanzanians. They come here, they learn everything, they go back and then they set up businesses. But they also have the advantage that they're not thieves in their country compared to Kenyans. So therefore, they set up systems, structures, especially Mwagafuli. That nigga changed the whole of Tanzanian economy. Right now, Tanzania is actually riding on his coattails. Not this dusty ass Arab Bantu woman in charge right now. It's actually on Mwagafuli. So Mwagafuli set up the systems and control. Tanzanians came traveling to Kenya, saw how things should be done. They're doing exactly the same things Kenya's doing, but they're not thieves. So flexed up, that's the reason why, right? They understood that socialism doesn't work. Now they're still very good. They don't have Tanzania's never had a tribal warfare like other East African nations, right? In Tanzania, they don't even consider each other tribes. They consider each other by nationality. We are Tanzanians. I'm talking about the Dastias, Nilos, Bantus, Kushites. All of them see each other as Tanzanians. Other East African nations, this is very, very difficult to find. So they have the making, right? That Dastias, when Mwalimu Nyerere, he set up a system using socialism to actually create a national identity. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. Like, I guess, even though he wasn't maybe great for economics, Nyerere, I guess, brought social cohesion. There's a level of nationalism. So would you say that Tanzanians are more nationalistic than Kenyans?
Of course they are. Yeah.
You would say, of course, like unequivocally?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm surprised by that.
No.
I think it goes hand in hand. Let me interject something here. Nothing special. I don't. I think it goes hand in hand with the description that Kaiser earlier gave. Kenya being the Nigeria of the East, this industrious people that are a little dishonest. I think those types of people are not nationalistic people. I mean, you see little Machiavellians walking around when I say give that image, and little Machiavellians are not going to be quote unquote nationalistic. They might be even proud to be Nigerians in the vague way in which Nigerians take glee in the fact that they're hated, right? But it's not about some kind of nationalism thing. It's just proud of being the rebel coons. So I think that even in the West, for example, America is less nationalistic than a lot of European countries. Okay, like because America is the America is the Nigeria of the West. Let's say that kind of thing, right? That kind of Machiavellian about getting their stuff, slightly dishonest, people, rather transactional. A Frenchman is a Frenchman and a German is a German. America's just whatever, yeah, star, spangled banner, whatever. Give me the money. I'll shut up. But that's interesting.
Yeah, exactly. So flexed up, okay. So Uganda, I believe Uganda will never rise because, bro, these people are crazy, right? So they will never rise. Tanzania, unfortunately, as the numbers are suggesting, the economy is going to be bigger than Kenya's economy in the next 5 to 10 years. Ethiopia's economy is already bigger than Kenya's right now by $10 billion. What the issue is, whether their GDP per capita is going to catch up to Kenya's one, right? Right now, it's half of Kenya's economy. Country is not developed. It is backwards. But, they have the numbers. And they have they don't have a unified identity, actually. Kenya has them beat on that one because in Ethiopia, you have the Amhara who hate the Oromo, who hate the Tigrayans. So, they aren't actually on Kenya's level of integration. Tanzania, however, though, they are. bro. Tanzanians see each other as Tanzanians, and they don't like Kenyans because they think Kenyans are rude, thieves, and all that kind of stuff. So, but they've learned from Kenyans, right? Because they know how Kenya works much more seamlessly, right? This place is obviously the most developed area in the region, and the Somalis, thank God, they will never rise. So Tanzanians, Ugandans will never rise. Right now, our biggest enemies is the Tanzanians and the Ethiopians. Ethiopia, you can clearly see that they have the numbers, and obviously by virtue of numbers, right, they might have the India effect, right, creating regional areas of, competence, aka Addis Ababa, right, New Flower, those sort of areas. Everybody says, did you see BBC News Africa scheduled? Okay, yeah, okay.
Yo, another question? I guess this is the Kenya Tanzania dynamic. Do you think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know how big the rivalry between the two countries are.
Oh, it's pretty big.
Do you think? Okay, so I guess now I can definitely ask the question then. So, do you think that Tanzanians, basically, since their identity is also tied to not being Kenyan in a way, so maybe they learned from Kenya's mistakes. They're there's like they basically use Kenyans as a reference point, and it's like, okay, well, the Kenyans are making that mistake. Being Tanzanian, part of being Tanzanian is not falling into whatever Kenya is doing.
Yeah, great question. Yeah, great question. Let me see if I can answer it to the best of my abilities. So, yes, Tanzanians speak proper classical Kiswahili. They're good at it, right? They even teach mathematics, right? That is important, what I'm saying here, in Kiswahili. So they're very well versed in their own culture and language. Kenyans cannot speak the level of Kiswahili that Tanzanians can speak, unless you go to Mombasa or Kilifi, the coast of Kenya, right? So what that means is, right, there is a cultural identity that they have all created. And I'm even talking about the Gujaratis, right? Gujaratis in Tanzania are far more integrated than the Gujaratis in Kenya. As an example, Gujis are Indians, Indian descended people. So yes, that's actually a correct point. Kenya, unfortunately, has more tribalism than Tanzania. Actually, a lot more tribalism. Yet Tanzania has more tribes, right? So Tanzania is actually more diverse, but it has far less tribalism. And I think one of the aspects of Kenya that Tanzanians don't like to see is how capitalism has fueled the whole thiefdom sort of characteristics. Kenyans are thieves, that's a fact, right? Just like Nigerians, they're thieves. They will steal anything. They'll do anything to get money. So yes, I do agree that actually my stepdad is Tanzanian, right? I know these people. They're culturally speaking, they are very, very much on that sort of platform there, right? They hate Kenyans. They don't like the way that Kenyans are thieves. Kenyans are loud. Kenyans will do anything to get money, and culturally, they have integrated more into like a national identity than we have. In Kenya, unfortunately, there's like 3 or 4 main tribes, right? You got the Luos, you got the Kukes, you got the Kalenjin, and you got the Luyas and the Dasmalis, right? All of which they sort of, argue against each other and vying for power. You'll never really see a real tribal issue between Tanzanians getting into politics. It's more of the policies as opposed to tribe.
Interesting. So there's a Tanzanian ethos that's developed over the years.
Yep.
Interesting. Okay.
Yep. They are they are obviously poorer than Kenyans, right? Kenya is still the richest country here, right? In terms of opportunities, like a Tanzanian maid would rather work for $60 in Kenya than have no job in Tanzania, right? That's still the truth. But the way I've seen the economy working collectively is far better than us. The economy is growing. In fact, let me show the.
They remind me of India in a way. The whole India was closed off pretty much until the 90s, very socialistic nation. I'm kind of seeing similarities there in terms of the dynamic.
Yep, exactly. So, it is what it is, right? But they are growing faster than us. Everybody says Kenya sounds like Black Americans, Akatenians. That actually sounds like a cool name, Akatenians. Just Coin Brand says, "Low Somalia, thank God they will never rise." Yeah, that is not something we have to worry about. Like these people are just they're very much what we call self hatred, right? If that term actually had a definition, right? You just see as Jerez, oh, they no. The Somalis don't hate Jerez. Somalis hate themselves, right? That's why they've spent 30 years in the civil war against themselves, right? Simple as that. They're the definition of self hate. If you ask Dusty's call me self hater, that's retarded. They are self haters. Like by definition, that's what self hate is. 30 years civil war against themselves, no one else. Yeah, Ike, I think I finally answered what that term means, right? Self hate.
You mean Somali?
Yep. Perfect example. Because I don't know what the hell do these people mean by self hate, right? But yeah, that's perfect example. Alexis, you see, she only comes out when the dust is high. You can see her with a little laugh emoji over there. Yeah, so flex up. However, Kenya is doing something unique as well. I forget the economy based on exports and all that shit. Kenya is actually building value added manufacturing sectors. So even though Tanzanian economy seems like it's growing faster than us, right? We are actually investing in, well, apparently we are, right? In long term sort of business strategies that will enhance us intellectually, right? Higher than our peers. An example is the Moderna 400, I don't know how many $1 million factory that they're building with Kenyans at high enough levels, right? That's perfect example of corporate espionage potential, right?
Yeah, they're doing that in Senegal too. They're doing a vaccine.
Okay, yeah, your country. I was surprised, man, to see Senegal was actually, doing shit. I was like, it's just dusty ass African country, but you niggas are small, but overrepresented in metrics that I wasn't really clear, or rather, I didn't expect them to be. So I'll give you niggas that, man. But it makes sense. Mad is Senegalese. You are Senegalese. So I think it's just the Gambians who are low IQ. We got Darth, we got Afridamus, we got Mal. I think it's just Gambians letting you guys down, right? Shout out to the French, basically. That has to be true, Ike, man. Senegalese people generally, from what I've seen, all of them are high IQ. All the Gambians are low IQ. We got Afridamus, we got
advantage. The advantage that Senegal. No, go ahead.
No, I was just joking around. Go ahead.
No, one of the advantages that Senegal had was that it had Dakar, and Dakar was the capital of French West Africa. So all of the intellectuals are going to come through, from that region. So I think that's part of it.
Yeah, I agree. I think generally speaking, you do need like a well developed, and so it's flexed up. And look, let's be honest, right? I know you'll be clipped and people hate on you. Actually, they'll forget about you since you're relevant, Fulani. But you agree with me, right? The white man did us benefit by colonizing us and creating our major cities, right? There's no way you're gonna hate on that when it's literally what's making the countries be what they are, right?
I think it's a little bit more complicated, but in a way, I wouldn't say it's all negative. So I would say that we agree on that point at least.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but the issue, well, it's complicated, right? Like in that region, for example, there was a lot more trade inland. So when that falls apart, um, okay, well, not that it just falls apart, but when the trade is shifted to the coast, which I think is beneficial in the long term. I think that it leaves some chaos inland. So that's what I've observed.
Mm-hmm. Is Akon Senegalese, right? He's a great grifter. I really like the guy.
He is. Akon is he's got the gift of gab, and definitely a lot of Senegalese have it. He has the gift of gab. He's a salesman, right? He can sell a lot of BS.
Right, I see. Yeah, the guy definitely characterized. By the way, how come you didn't come through earlier? You missed the first 2 hours. You should definitely rewatch the stream. This was your stream actually.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out later. I was just busy, man. I was knocked out.
You out there doing pookie stuff, all right? That's what everybody's saying.
Pookie stuff? Nah.
Yeah, out there
Oh,
creating half Senegalese, Black
Pookie
American
accent.
chatters.
Pookie. I don't think I have a Pookie accent, Art.
Everybody doesn't know everybody's a weirdo.
Look, Flex up. You, Boy, and Alexis, all you guys are like one of the high any intuition kind of people on this platform. But everybody wins because of the sheer Everybody wins because of the what's that called, regularities or frequency, right? This nigga is always on point, man. You gotta give everybody
that he has a Pookie.
No, he's good, man. Like Rufo is good. He's got all of us on check, man. I'll give him that. He's probably the most intuitive on the chat. Alexis, you are too, but you're not as prolific as Everyboy. Everyboy is he's consistent, man. yeah, Flex up. You do have a Pookie accent. You sound like those niggas from Manosphere, Ike, doesn't he?
Oh, I didn't realize that was the case. But I mean, I grew up in the States. I grew up in the southern United States.
That's
Southern
fine.
United States. What part? Interestingly,
Georgia,
Tennessee. Oh, Georgia.
Okay.
Oh my God,
Georgia.
Yeah.
Gorge her eyes out, man. Georgia, huh? I'm using wireless G Lab. Yeah, someone said that listening to Kaiser stream out loud is dangerous. Yeah, that's true. I don't recommend it. Like, you might offend some of your family members, right? Your moms, your aunties and shit. They might be out here saying, Dwight Man is superior and shit in their sleeps. We don't want that happening, man. You're gonna be out here creating, like, radicalizing people in the wrong way. Andre says, really?
White Thanos.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, nothing.
Andre says, really, you sounded like an East Coast. I guess these commercials from YouTube is making you money, Kaiser. I'm getting a commercial from every channel, from your channel every 5. No, it's 6 minutes, not 5 minutes. Oh yeah, look, guys. If you niggas want me to shut off the commercial thing, send a super chat, and I will shut it off, right? Like, yeah. If I see a super chat, I'll turn off the commercial right now. In fact, I'm gonna go in the commercial setting, getting ready for shutting it off. Yeah, look. Basically, Brian, right? It means even if I don't get a super chat, I can at least make my $5, right, from streaming or some shit. However much it is, right? That actually does help with the morale, because I could be doing more important things out there. Everyone says Kaiser, that's crazy. Yeah, if it's annoying, yeah, like I said, just send a super chat and I'll switch off. Bruh, that's like 12 ads every hour. Yeah, every 6 minutes is what I place ads. I played your stream in front of Africans and they offered me a meal. Mashallah. Okay, now that's a good thing, Andre, right? It means that the Africans are correctly synchronized, attenuated, right? Then some dusty as Ados.
Who's saying this guy sounds like an East Coast guy? No, I think Flex has some facility with like accent and code switching, perhaps. And what you hear is an amalgamation of various extremes of his ability, but it works. It's like that middle course. It's like this particular accent I'm doing right now. It's kind of like my middle course accent. Generally speaking, African or American can kind of get it. I'm not going full American, blah, blah, blah. When I get in the Nigerian panel, my point being, I think this is kind of like his middle course accent. That's why it doesn't necessarily sound like Georgia. Well, what do you think, Flexed Up? Am I completely off?
You're on it. And I think just Africans that live in the West by nature have to know how to code switch. That's what I think. Especially if, you're in professional settings,
Yeah, I got a question for you niggas, right? Why do non-United States Americans claim that they're not American, right? Bro, to us in Africa, everyone that's in the north of America, we call them Americans. All right, culturally speaking, there's very similar people, right? The nuances are so minute between a Canadian and a so-called, United States of America. They're all Americans, right? They're all North Americans to us. Even Dusty as Mexicans, right? We even see them as Americans, but to a lesser extent.
Because they're not white.
I mean, yeah, right, but
Well, I mean, it's just simple.
I don't even know if
Say
that's true.
oh yeah, the mostly white DNA, I guess, right? So, um, okay, look, yeah. So, Andre, to us in Kenya, you tell Kenyan American, right? Whether you're North American or United States of America, Canada, what you are American, right? There's no difference to us, right? The small nuances is so minute that we're gonna be like, bro, what are you talking about, right?
USA Junior.
Exactly, that's USA Junior. That's a great point, right?
There's a
Yeah, that's true.
disproportionate amount of comedians and such that come out of Canada, by the way.
Yeah, and they invest heavily in their arts. It's
Wow,
somewhat
gotcha.
subsidized by the government, kind of like South
Yeah,
Korea.
interesting. Because it's a very small population. It's less than the population of Canada. I mean, of California. You know, in that whole massive area there.
About 40 mil.
Yeah.
We got slightly less than 10% of the population of America and Canada.
Good stuff.
Wait, can you repeat that? I didn't quite hear it.
I said we have slightly less than 10% of the population in America for Canadians.
Your microphone sounds like it's cold and dark over there, as I'm sure it
Oh,
is.
That sounds like an African microphone, bro.
It is cold out here. On the ground
$10 a month will help pay for Canadian microphones to work in all environments.
How you do me like that?
Oh wait, that's Asta, right? That's Demon Form Asta, right? On your profile picture.
Yeah, it is. That one brother was getting at me, telling me my anime choices are trash. So
no, rude boy, that guy's a weird man. Don't listen to him.
You gotta, hey. Or maybe you should, take some heed to what a rude boy said in terms of his choices, but don't take him too seriously.
What blasphemous thing you just now said, Queso?
Go ahead, defend your people.
No.
Brian.
You said something blasphemous. What did you say? What did you say?
Yeah, which part? You niggas is the same, or in North American? Which part?
I mean, which part? I mean, say your statement again, because I didn't hear the whole time.
Okay, I said that to us out here in the rest of the world, all Americans, right? All North Americans is the same as culture, including the Mexicans, to a lesser extent, right? But yes,
Mexico is different. Mexico is really, really different. If you ever been to Mexico, you'd be like, okay, I see what Brian's talking about.
And I don't even think that he sees enough of the difference with Canada. Now I know that it could be argued, but I mean, Brian, you're the travel expert of this channel.
No, you are.
You know about, I mean, Canada, because here's the thing about Canada, Kaizo. The point is, you have a big, cold place with a small population, right? It's just very different than America as a result. Yeah, kind of white people speak the same, whatever, but they just are kind of different for that reason. But anyways, go ahead, travel expert.
I would say it depends on what part of America you live in, because the United States,
they're like the Midwest, the cold Midwest people are kind of like Canadians.
Right. If you're in a northern part of the United States, and I'll give you that argument. Let's say if you go to Seattle, okay, Seattle and Vancouver is not much of a big difference, even when you get as far as Portland. Okay, the housing is, design is pretty much the same. The food they eat is pretty much almost the same. Basically, I remember I was talking to one Australian person on a train. I was taking a trip up there. I was telling him about the differences between the cuisines in various different parts of the United States and its influences or what have you. For example, I'm a New Orleans fan, even New Orleans fan, even though New Orleans is ghetto as hell. It's ghetto as hell. But what do people eat? How do people behave? And